President of ISA Assembly and Minister of Ecological Transition of France, distinguished Nobel laureate Dr. Mr. Stan, European Commission of Energy, Honorable Minister representing various ISA member countries, Director General of ISA, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, distinguished speakers, friends from the media. Good afternoon. I extend a warm welcome to all at the World Solar Technology Summit by International Solar Alliance. It is indeed a privilege for me to speak at this inaugural World Solar Technology Summit with leading academic scientists, technology developers, researchers and innovators and policymakers in solar energy sector. In our collective journey to make solar energy technologies not only available to all countries, but also make them adaptable and affordable for common people, this summit will play a seminal role. We are pleased that the first summit level meeting is taking place in India. At the largest intergovernmental international organization with its headquarters in India, ISA is not only a testament to India's unwavering faith in multilateralism, but also a commitment to a better, sustainable and green future. The ISA has been making rapid strides since its launch at the UN Climate Change Conference in Paris on 30 November 2015 by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the then French President. The alliance reflects the vision and the firm belief that the beneficence of the sun could be used to bring together the people of this planet for a shared solution to our energy needs. The desire behind that vision has always been to make solar energy accessible and affordable for the poor by addressing the various financial and technological factors that currently impede such access. Excellency and distinguished delegates, increasingly and rightly so, Indian oil and gas companies are actively taking part in this clean energy transition. In order to reduce carbon footprint, these companies will be focusing more on green energy investments such as renewable, biofuels and hydrogen going forward. We are also actively encouraging industry in general, oil and gas companies in particular, become participants in this solar transition. I am happy to announce that 5 public sector undertakings under our ministry will be joining ISA Coalition for Sustainable Climate Action as corporate partners and will be contributing to ISA's Corpus Fund. These public sector undertakings include Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, ONGC, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, IOCL, Bharat Corporation Limited, BPCL, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, HPCL, and Gas Authority of India Limited, GAIL. Our oil and gas companies are also making efforts to deploy solar panels across the value chain of their operation, and current installed solar capacity is 270 megawatt. Additional 60 megawatt solar capacity will be added in the coming years. We have taken up the mission of solarizing about 50% of the fuel station owned by the PSU companies in the next 5 years. More than 5,000 fuel stations of Indian Oil and the largest public sector oil marketing company were solarized last year. A sustainable amount of solar PV capacity was also added by oil and gas companies in the last few years. The oil and gas public sector undertaking are increasingly evaluating new opportunities in the solar and renewable energy space for the diversification. Recently, French major Total has also announced investment of buying about 2 gigawatt operating PV plants in India. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic presented challenges, we are in the process of overhauling India's supply chain and reduce over-dependency on the import of the solar modules. Under the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Self-Reliant India reform announced by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, our country has received proposals from various players for over 10 gigawatt of fresh solar equipment manufacturing. In line with Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's call to action for the developing low-cost indoor solar cooking solution, our company IOCL has tied up with the Sun Bucket System, a US-based startup working in the niche area of solar energy-based products. We're encouraging Indian oil and gas companies to develop such innovative and scalable tie-ups in solar sector, which have the potential to make nationwide impact. The platform provided by ISA perfectly fits and matches growing energy needs of countries across the globe. The oil and gas companies in India will work closely with ISA to explore opportunities for implementation of solar-based projects within India as well in other countries, particularly other developing countries where ISA is focusing for faster development of solar energy infrastructure. I'm confident that large energy partnership of Indian oil gas industry will pave the way for a new era of solar development not only within India but also outside. Excellency and distinguished delegates, with a clear vision and augmentation of sufficient resource, there is a need for collective efforts of all levels, governments, industry leaders, innovators and academic and technology developers to ensure that benefits of revolution become accessible to all countries across the globe. The key to this information transformation and transition in its advances is solar technology and their deployment at affordable price globally. I once again would like to congratulate my ministerial colleague and President of ISA Assembly, Sri R.K. Singh, the Director General of ISA, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, and other officials from ISA for bringing together the key stakeholders of the solar technology on a single platform through this summit. I am confident that your continued support to the ISA and its initiative and to be a part of this very important global journey for the benefits of the humanity. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I request the Honorable Minister for Power, New and Renewable Energy and Skill Development, Government of India, and the President of the ISA Assembly, His Excellency Shri R.K. Singh, to read out the inaugural message from the Honorable Prime Minister of India. But before that, let me tell you that Shri R.K. Singh has been heading ISA as President of the ISA Assembly from September 2017. ISA has also made great strides under his leadership. Over to Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Tanya. My cabinet colleague, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Mrs. Barbara Pompili, the Minister for Ecological Transition, Government of France, Her Excellency Mrs. Kadri Sampson, European Commissioner for Energy, Honorable Ministers for various ISA member countries, the Nobel Laureate, Dr. Stanley Whittington, Mr. Bernard Picard, the founder and chairman, Solar Impulse Foundation, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, the Director General of ISA. Excellencies, let me welcome you to this august gathering from across the globe for the first World Solar Technology Summit being organized by the International Solar Alliance. Excellencies, the Prime Minister of India was supposed to deliver the inaugural address in person, but he has been called away due to some pressing engagements. And I have the proud privilege of reading out his message, the inaugural message. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings and all welcome from India on this inaugural session of the first World Solar Technology Summit of the International Solar Alliance. This summit provides an ideal occasion to discuss the future of technology in solar energy. India and France had jointly taken the initiative to establish the International Solar Alliance in 2015. The seeds of the idea, sown 5 years ago, have today blossomed into an intergovernmental alliance with 87 signatory nations and 68 full-fledged members. There are other stakeholders such as development agencies, non-governmental agencies, and businesses. This alliance had been set up to generate a global dialogue on solar energy, particularly in solar-rich nations that do not possess resources to utilize it. The objective of the alliance was to pool together the resources and the demand for solar technology, as well as finance. The membership of the International Solar Alliance has now been opened up for all the member countries of the United Nations. I strongly urge all nations to join this critical initiative to protect our Mother Earth and scale up the utilization of solar energy as a tool against climate change. Friends, 5 years ago, world leaders had taken a pledge to restrict the rise in global temperature through a gradual reduction in the dependence on fossil fuels. India has the lowest per capita carbon emissions in the world, but we have still pressed ahead with the deployment of renewable energy at a frenetic pace. We have enhanced our installed renewable capacity by 2.5 times and increased our solar installed capacity by more than 13 times. Globally, India now ranks 4th in the terms of renewable power. We have scaled up our non-fossil fuel-based power generation to 134 gigawatts, which is about 35% of our total power generation capacity. We are confident of increasing it to 220 gigawatts by 2022. We want to take renewable energy to every village of our country. Our government is implementing a scheme called KUSUM that aims to replace the use of diesel in our farm sector with solar energy. Under this scheme, we have targeted the solarization of 2.8 million irrigation pumps. Such schemes will not only benefit the environment, but also increase the income of our farmers. Friends, ISA is the first intergovernmental organization with its headquarters in India. We feel honored to contribute to its development and work. India is providing capacity building support to ISA member countries through its ITEC training program. We have also set up a project preparation facility to develop bankable solar energy projects in ISA member countries with the help of the Exim Bank of India. In 2018, our government had announced US $1.4 billion worth of lines of credit for covering 27 solar projects across 15 countries. These projects are presently in various stages of implementation. Technology holds the key to scale up the use of solar energy. Technological advancements have already brought about a significant reduction in the price of solar power. A further reduction in cost will provide a major boost to the use and expansion of renewable energy. I am sure that this summit will help in developing new technologies and ensure that they become available to all. The ISA is a part of One World, One Sun, One Grid project. I firmly believe that this project can bring transformational benefits for the entire humanity. I extend my best wishes for successful deliberations at the inaugural session of the World Solar Technologies Summit. Narendra Modi. Excellencies, on behalf of the Prime Minister and my own behalf, I wish you very productive deliberations, and I'm quite sure that at the end of this conference, we will have a clear road ahead. We will have an idea of the clear road ahead on the technological front insofar as solar energy is concerned. Thank you very much. I have to also, along with my cabinet colleague, Dharmendra Pradhan, leave for the cabinet meeting, so I'll beg pardon. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers, for taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. I now request Mr. Bertrand Piccard, Chairman, Solar Impulse Foundation, to please deliver his address.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and hello to all the excellencies and ladies and gentlemen who are participating in this conference. If we are here all together, it is because we are passionate about solar energy. But we have to understand that not the entire world is participating to this conference. There are also a lot of opposition, of people who are fighting against solar energy. And they are bringing a lot of arguments that we have to be ready to counter. What are these arguments? First, they say it's too expensive. So of course, it is not too expensive anymore. It was in the past. But today, the world record for the cheapest energy produced ever is 1.6 cents per kilowatt hour with solar energy in Portugal through Accio Energy. And the record will be beaten again. So we see that no other source of energy can compete with solar power. They say that it is intermittent. It doesn't work at night. It doesn't work when there is no sun. Well, this is exactly the opportunity for new industries to develop the storage capacities. And today we have the storage possibilities. Not only hydrogen, as we heard before, but also the batteries of the electric vehicles. But for this, we have to change the regulation in several countries, and especially here in Europe, where it is still prohibited to go from car to grid and give back the energy that we have stored during the day. Some say that it is a big threat for the oil industry. Well, I think it's an opportunity for the oil industry not to remain oil industries forever, but to become energy industries and to participate and to diversify. And we have some oil companies who show the example of this diversification into a source of energy that is not only much cleaner, but much cheaper. We hear also that it is for climate change. And a lot of people are not convinced about climate change. A lot of people are saying it's far too long in the future, and today we have to deal with the needs of the population. Well, in this case, I think we should not just focus on climate change. We have to argument about pollution, air quality. Air pollution today is killing 8 million people per year. It can be someone of a family. It is not a distant melting of the ice in the South Pole. It is something for today that really has the risk of being today a huge problem. They say you cannot use solar energy everywhere. Yes, it's true. But this is why solar energy has to collaborate with other sources of energy. We are not just a bubble isolated from the rest of the world. Solar energy is going perfectly hands in hands with hydroelectricity, with wind energy, with biomass, even with geothermy. And by the way, there is an oil exploitation company like Schlumberger who has made a diversification into drilling geothermic wells inside the cities to install heat pumps in buildings. And these heat pumps can be run with solar energy. So we see all the links that we can do with other fields to collaborate with as many people as possible, to get out of this impression that we give sometimes that we are self-sufficient and that we need nobody else. Of course, we need everyone to participate. Another argument we hear very much is it will not give enough energy. The world is increasing its needs and we need more and more energy all the time. Well, I think it's an interesting argument. And it shows how much it is vital today to deal with energy efficiency. It is clear that if we continue to waste 50 to 75% of the energy we produce with the low efficiency systems, devices, engines, processes that we have, it is true that it will not be enough. So energy efficiency also goes hand in hand with solar energy. And I would say that today when we speak about the need of reducing inequalities, about the need of recovering from the COVID crisis, solar energy is also a source of energy that is available for the poorest, for the most remote areas. And this is also something we have to insist on. We are not here to promote only high technology solar cells that will give energy to the developed countries. We are here to give a source of energy that will help the poorest regions to obtain social stability and social peace. In that sense, solar energy is a force for good. We know that, but we have to communicate much more about that. We need to show that a lot of poor countries are getting poorer and poorer every year because they have to spend currencies to buy oil, gas, or coal abroad, instead of producing local wealth and profitable investments locally inside their borders. So we see all these incredible opportunities that we have. The technology is here, but we need to communicate much more, in order to have more support, including governments, including industry, including the media, and show that we have a role to play and that this role is not only in the future, it is already now. I wish you a very good conference, and I hope all these arguments will be able to convince a lot more people to join this fantastic movement of ISA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. It's a great privilege for us today to have the Nobel laureate, Dr. M. Stanley Whittingham, Director, Professor of Chemistry, Institute for Material Research and Material Science and Engineering Program, Binghamton University, New York. And I now request Dr. Whittingham to please address the session.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to discuss is the interaction between solar and energy storage. I believe this is a solution to cleaning the environment and mitigating global warming. And Selvers made the promise at the Nobel banquet in Stockholm that we would get together and solve this problem. Let me just say that lithium-ion batteries have transformed the adoption of renewable. We can now store solar energy for use at night, and the other key area is wind. Wind blows mostly at night, so we can store that to use in the daytime. And you'll see that batteries and solar can be particularly applicable to solving the problem of transportation and of generation. And this is 40% of the CO2 production. So the other advantage of storage with solar, we can use it at all levels. Solar we can put on our little devices at milliwatt level, watt level. The storage can be on the grid or behind the meter. So we have complete flexibility. And I'll show you a few examples of the use of renewable energy and storage below. You can see the solar system. This is a wind storage farm in West Virginia. This is 32 megawatts of batteries that are used to both smooth the wind and shift it. And at the bottom, I throw you three examples of electric vehicles. A small one in Bermuda that tourists can use, totally electric. What we call a large 16-wheeler here that I'm taking on the test drive, and you can see the large battery pack. And what we call a garbage truck here, also totally applicable for electric vehicles. And you'll see the UK's interest in electric vehicles on the right here, where there's a Jaguar EV and a London taxi, which the UK ambassador took to Stockholm for the ceremony. Let me very briefly, and I don't want to get into any of the science, but just to make the point that was made earlier, that lithium-ion batteries started in 1972. It took until 1991 for it to be commercially successful. There are other companies in between, but they never made any money. And as pointed out earlier, Exxon, then Esso, wanted to become an energy company, not just an oil company at that time. So we've gone to an array of different anodes. This is the anode compartment of the battery, the electrolyte and the cathode. And we've gone to a number of cathode materials. And we're going to see that continuously change. I think the big push these days is to get to lower cost materials. And I'll show you some issues on this slide. The amount of energy we store per unit weight, per unit volume, needs to increase. It's only about 15 to 25% of theoretical today. We should better double that to 50%. And I think you can see on the right-hand side here, in the red circles, this is how the energy density has changed with time, and it continues to go up. At this point, let me also show you really what has driven storage and made batteries viable for renewable energy is the huge change in cost from over $3,000 a kilowatt hour down now to less than about $100 a kilowatt hour. And I should emphasize this is the cell level. If we now look at the battery price at the pack level, that's a full battery, and this is Bloomberg's latest data, you can see the price has come down every year and continues to come down. And this is what's making batteries viable. Right now, the overall performance for these batteries is good enough for solar. It's probably not good enough for fast charging on vehicles. We've got to make a number of changes. We use carbon at the moment in the anode. That takes up too much space. I've talked about the cost. We have to improve safety, and that probably means we need some electrolyte components. And the key area here is we've got to get a secure supply chain, and this cannot be dominated by any one area. So India needs its own supply chain, North America needs its own supply chain. And we need a supply chain close to the usage of these batteries. And there are some sustainable issues that we have to address. The amount of cobalt, which is by far the most expensive component, has to be reduced and preferably eliminated. And all indications are that we can do that. We have to ideally replace the rare earths, particularly used in motors. And clearly we have to recycle all the materials, for example, the cobalt or lithium, so we can use those in future batteries. We can't just toss them away. So let me tell you what will change in the next 5 or 10 years. We presently use mostly lead oxides as the cathode. This will not change for 5 or 10 years. We'll have incremental changes. So a facility you build today will still be practical in 10 years' time. Certain phosphate materials will have key markets. They're lower cost, they have lower energy density, and certainly they're dominant in China, and Tesla's going to use them for their cars in China. So I think they are quite applicable for solar as well. There are some alternative technologies, disruptive technologies. Has already been mentioned, electrochemical hydrogen production using excess solar wind. If you're talking about large vehicles going long distance, they cannot be powered by batteries alone. So we can use the hydrogen produced from excess solar to power these vehicles using fuel cells. There are a number of applications where we can use supercaps if you need lots of power, not necessarily energy. And I think in almost every case, pumped hydro, if available, will win out for storages of a gigawatt hour or larger. So just to conclude, energy storage combined with solar or wind will help to mitigate climate change. It will enable renewable energy. It's a great match to local solar. You don't have to be tied to the grid. It will increase resilience to natural disasters, and particularly it will help eliminate dirty peaker power plants, and will help all of us to leave a greener world for our children and grandchildren. And I should note in the figure on the right here, you'll notice India was second in deployment of solar energy last year. And I'd just like to leave with a quote from Bill Gates. COVID-19 may be awful, but climate change could be worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Whittingham. An absolute honor to listen to you. We now take this momentous opportunity to strengthen our commitment to fulfill the objectives of ISA by presenting the action agenda. I request Dr. Dharendra Yogi Goswami to please take the stage for the announcement of ISA's International Journal on Solar Energy. Dr. Goswami.
Greetings from the University of South Florida, Tampa, Florida, to all of you attending this session from around the world, including my friends and fellow enthusiasts of solar and clean energy. It is indeed a pleasure for me to introduce a new journal of the International Solar Alliance that will help advance the vision of ISA, that is clean energy access for all, and increase the use of clean energy, solar energy, to make the planet sustainable. This journal will do that by informing and transferring information to the stakeholders around the world. That includes policymakers and planners. It includes energy providers, designers, engineers, financial organizations, energy researchers and other researchers, and at the same time general public. So let me move out of the way. This journal is Solar Compass 360. That is the journal that we will have, hopefully start publishing sometime next year. What will this journal include? First of all, this journal will not duplicate any of the basic science journals that exist today, such as solar energy or solar energy cells and materials or renewable energy, because those journals are doing a great job of publishing incremental scientific advances in solar energy technologies. What this journal will include will be new technology developments, policy developments to increase access to clean energy, economic developments to increase access, especially in the developing countries, manufacturing scale-up to reduce costs, transformative new technologies to reduce costs. For example, it may not be silicon solar cells or other solar cells, but whatever comes up as a transformative technology, this journal will cover, including energy storage. You heard about lithium-ion batteries. Surely, batteries are a way to store energy, but there are many other ways of storing energy also, including solar thermal, including thermochemical, and hydro, and so on. So it will cover all of that. It will also cover technologies of the future, things that hopefully you will find out in the next 10 years, oh, we could do that. For example, films that could cover buildings that are plasmonic in nature, that just radiate heat into the space to cool the buildings, or nanoscale antennas to convert sunlight to electricity instead of the present solar cells. There may be many such examples, and this journal will cover that. It will also cover case studies. What has worked well in some places that could be duplicated in other places. That is to give energy access to all. It will cover clean energy for transportation. or whatever are the uses where we can use solar energy, it will cover. And by the way, when I say solar energy, I don't just mean direct use of solar energy. That is great, direct use of solar energy. I also include indirect forms of solar energy that includes wind, biofuels, ocean, geothermal, conversion to hydrogen, and whatever ways nature has provided and converted that energy so that it is available to us 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. This journal will be open access. That is, readers will be able to access articles without any charge. We want to make sure that that information is available to all without worrying about how much it costs to download those articles. It will be electronic as well as print versions, hopefully available in all libraries in the world and all of the organizations, as well as electronically, so you don't even have to go to the library to get that. It'll be published quarterly, and the editorial board of this journal will consist of globally acknowledged experts from around the world. It will have an advisory board consisting of visionary leaders of the world. So with this introduction, hopefully some of you who are listening will be writers, some of you will be the editors of this journal, and others who will find this information useful and very helpful in bringing energy for everyone as we move to achieve our vision of a sustainable planet Earth. So with that, I thank you, and I wish that this journal provides all the information that you're looking for to fulfill the vision and mission of the International Solar Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. We're certainly looking forward to that journal. And now it's over to DG ISA, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, and DG International Institute for Refrigeration, Paris, Mr. Didier Colombe, to mark this occasion with an agreement between ISA and IIR.
Mr. Kulum will be speaking.
Yes. Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, honorable ministers, dignitaries and friends, thank you for making the International Institute of Refrigeration, the IIR, a part of this crucial summit. On behalf of IIR, I am delighted to announce the virtual signing and virtual handing over of our partnership agreement for future actions to tackle the climate challenges. We are sure that this day will mark the beginning of a strong partnership based on collective responsible action. Today, the world collectively suffers from an economic setback. Green recovery, therefore, should sit at the heart of this revival. And this process will be incomplete without a focus on providing clean and affordable energy for all. A strong energy infrastructure has proven to lead to greater economic gains, and refrigeration can assure food security, safety, and health, and is necessary for life. We are honored to partner with ISA in their efforts to manage thermal demands by solarizing heating and cooling systems at global scale. On the many projects that ISA and IIR will jointly collaborate on, I am pleased to share that we have already begun jointly working on the ISA Solar Cooling Initiative. Developing sustainable and solar-powered cooling systems sits at the heart of the Montreal Protocol, the Paris Agreement, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Reducing emissions from cooling systems through the phase down of fluorinated gases wider use of solar energy and energy efficiency shall be a world priority. I am delighted to share with all of you that we did not have to look very far to find the inspiration to develop this program. Following India's lead on effective management of emissions from the thermal sector and the development of the world's first national cooling action plan, ISA and IIR will be developing sustainable heating and cooling systems in our member countries, ISA and IIR member countries, with the aim of providing clean and affordable energy for all. With this, I thank you once again. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Coulomb. Mr. Tripathi, would you like to add something, or should I go on?
No, only one person talks. That is pre-decided, so.
Okay. I now request over to DG Global Green Growth Institute, Republic of Korea, His Excellency Mr. Frank Reichberman, to mark this occasion with an agreement for the promotion of 1 million solar pumps. So this is between DG ISA and DG Global Growth Institute. Mr. Reichberman.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants attending virtually, it's my honor to have this opportunity to address you today at the World Solar Technology Summit. The Global Green Growth Institute is an intergovernmental treaty-based organization that came into existence in the year 2012, primarily to support developing countries and emerging economies to transition to a model of environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive economic growth. That is what we define as green growth. Today we have 38 member countries in Africa, Asia.
Moderator, we are not hearing very well. I don't know if you, but I don't. I think his voice is low. If we can maybe speak up so that we don't miss anything. Thank you.
Is this better?
Little louder.
This microphone better. Much better?
Yes.
Much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I restart?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guest participants attending virtually, it's my honor to have this opportunity to address you today at the World Solar Technology Summit. The Global Green Growth Institute, GDGI, is an intergovernmental treaty-based organization that came into existence in the year 2012, primarily to support developing countries and emerging economies to transition to a model of environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive economic growth. That is what we define as green growth. Today we have 38 member countries in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Europe, Latin America, the Middle East, and the Pacific. GGI has a unique in-country presence with over 300 of our staff and consultants embedded in member and partner governments in over 30 countries. We support our members in the development of green growth policies and have mobilized about $2 billion in green and climate finance for their implementation. The green investment projects that GGI has developed and financed have been largely focused on solar energy. Today, ISA and GGI have signed an MOU that we are celebrating through this occasion to support the deployment of 1 million solar irrigation pumps in the next 5 years. This MOU builds on the complementary strength that each of our organizations brings to the table to support our common developing country members' needs to achieve green growth, climate resilience, and recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. This 1 million solar pump initiative can become an important step towards achieving cross-sectoral efficiencies in the agriculture, water, food nexus. Solar-powered irrigation has co-benefits for climate action, poverty reduction, and food security. It reduces greenhouse gas emissions by displacing diesel or grid-powered electric pumps in current irrigation systems, and increases climate resilience and water security in areas currently dependent on rain-fed agriculture. The current market for solar irrigation pumps, the current potential market in sub-Saharan Africa and India alone, is about $16 billion, representing some 5 million units. GGI and ISA invite like-minded organizations to join us in delivering this ambitious project successfully. Thank you. Namaste. I wish you all a productive and healthy deliberation at the World Solar Technology Summit 2020.
Thank you, sir. And now the next item on our action agenda is to mark the occasion with an agreement between ISA and NTPC for the implementation of 47 projects in ISA member countries. And it's over to the CMD, National Thermal Power Corporation, Mr. Gurdeep Singh.
Thank you. Excellencies, esteemed delegates and participants connected from across the world, a very good afternoon to you all from Delhi. Today it is truly historic occasion with the commencement of the first World Solar Technology Summit, bringing together the stakeholders across the world onto one platform with a shared ambition to harness the abundant, clean and green energy of sun to ensure affordable power for all. We are thankful to ISA President, His Excellency Sri R.K. Singh for providing this forum wherein we can extend our capacities to collaborate in worldwide implementation of the solar projects. NTPC, the largest power utility of India with about 63 gigawatt installed capacity, has last decade played a key role in bringing a solar power revolution in India. NTPC Group, with approximately 4 gigawatt of renewable capacity, mostly through solar, is surging ahead to add more than 5 gigawatt solar capacity addition in next 2 years. And we aspire to add 30 gigawatt of renewables by 2030. NTPC is the first mover in setting up the large-scale floating solar projects in India. Around 250 megawatt of solar projects are under construction as on date. NTPC is aggressively working on solar-based green hydrogen as sustainable option for future energy. NTPC has been one of the first corporate partners of the ISA, and this partnership further evolved with the endorsement of NTPC as project management consultant through a competitive process. NTPC is eager to share its experience with ISA member countries and would like to extend all possible help in increased deployment of solar energy technologies in the member countries. We are thankful to Government of Togo and Government of Mali for showing confidence in our capabilities by providing us opportunity for implementation of 285 megawatt and 500 megawatt solar projects respectively. I am happy to share that today we have signed an agreement with ISA for implementation of solar projects in 47 LDCs and SIDS member countries, and we are eager to work closely with the member country governments in identifying the projects and their implementation. We look forward to many such collaborations, opportunities coming out from this esteemed forum through innovative ideas and solutions. I understand that ISA is already working on creating world's first bank for solar funding, and this will go in a long way ensuring clean and affordable energy to masses, and thus in turn ensure energy security, equity and justice. NTPC, the power major of India, is at your service to fulfill the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India, one sun, one world, one grid, through worldwide implementation of solarization initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurdeep Singh. The next item on our action agenda is to mark the occasion is an MOU between three institutions, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the World Bank Group, and ISA, to take forward the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, one sun, one world, one grid. And I first request the Secretary, MNRE, Government of India, His Excellency Shri Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi, to please address us.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, dignitaries. I'm very happy to announce the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding today between the International Solar Alliance, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and the World Bank for implementing the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, which, as you all know, has been envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. In this partnership, the International Solar Alliance will act as the nodal agency for all activities related to the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, and will advise the Government of India on the action to be taken. The funding for the initiative will come from the World Bank with technical assistance program, Suprabha. And as you all know, the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative is based on the idea that the sun never stops shining, and it's always shining in some part of the world. And energy from that part of the world can be used in some other part of the world where it is dark. So thank you very much, and I'm very happy that this MOU has been signed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi. And now I'd like to invite Country Director, World Bank Group, Mr. Junaid Ahmed, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to represent the World Bank Group in the signing of the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative with MNRE and ISA. I think it's very important to recognize that this approach of One Sun, One World, One Grid is based on Prime Minister's vision. The Honorable Prime Minister of India's vision is based on three very important principles. First is the principle of sustainability. We have now pivoted to a world of energy transition where we are moving towards sustainable energy. And this initiative is part of that pivot. Second is a recognition of the interdependency we have in the world. COVID-19 shows the difficult interdependency, but what this will show is the ability of the world to actually act together for the benefit of the world. So the interdependency is a second principle. And the third is what I believe is India's commitment to play its global role, what we call Lighthouse India. I think these three principles of sustainability, interdependency, and India's global role will be pivotal in ensuring One Sun, One World, One Grid, where renewable energy, solar energy, will feed into a global grid. The World Bank Group is committed as a multilateral to support this initiative, and we will hopefully bring in other partners in its financing, in its implementation. Right now, we will focus on really helping government and ISA lay down the fundamentals of what will it take to achieve this vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you, everyone. That concludes this action agenda phase. And I now request His Excellency, the Honorable Ambassador Claver Katik, Minister for Infrastructure, Rwanda, to please address the gathering.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Power and Renewable Energy of India and President of ISA Assembly, Honorable Minister for Ecological Transition from Government of France, Honorable Ministers from various ISA member countries, European Commissioner for Energy, Nobel laureate, Dr. Stanley Whittingham, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be speaking to such a large and diverse gathering of stakeholders from across the globe present here today. I would like to begin by thanking the International Solar Alliance for taking the initiative to hold the first World Solar Technology Summit. The setup of the International Solar Alliance was a great initiative since it provides a platform for fostering innovation through facilitating deployment of solar technologies at scale while promoting research and development, and enables knowledge exchange between member countries. With such an event, expect several insights to emerge from the planned session, and these will play a key role as we transition towards the next phase of the solar revolution. In Rwanda, we have always recognized the importance of innovation and novelty to fasten our pace of solar deployment. Through our national strategy for transformation, we have set a target of achieving universal access to electricity by 2024. This is planned to be achieved through a combination of on-grid and off-grid electricity connection at 52% and 48% respectively. The national energy policy also prioritizes the deployment of renewable energies, of which solar is included, and the set target is to deploy over 60% before the end of 2030. And today, the renewable generation mix is at 55%. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the rural electrification strategy that sets a framework which opens the window of the private sector, massive off-grid electrification of households that are located away from the grid. Also complemented by a national electrification plan that clearly highlights that will be connected using grid solutions. From the year 2015, 15% of the households countrywide have been connected using standalone solar home systems. In order to increase delivery of systems, guidance on solar home systems standards have been put in place. In addition to this, guidelines and licensing frameworks for the deployment of mini-grids have also been developed to guide and ease private sector involvement. All the above initiatives go hand in hand with the government of Rwanda's policy to promote the private sector participation and stimulate innovation as well as massive outreach. This encourages the creation of innovative ideas, marketing, and financing models such as the pay-go system and innovative financial support delivery systems dedicated at promoting the solar subsector. The government of Rwanda has also deployed financial instruments such as the New Energy Fund and result-based financing that aim at ensuring that solar home systems are accessible and available to all households at affordable rates. These two instruments are expected to electrify at least more than 400,000 households countrywide. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to note that the discussions planned throughout the day will focus on diverse subjects of innovation in end-use applications, business models, finance, and PV market development, among others. And these will provide a holistic picture of the state of the revolution of solar technologies. I'm sure that we shall take back some very important lessons from this summit, which can be further explored for effective use elsewhere, including Rwanda. I look forward to more initiatives such as these from ISA, which will facilitate and enhance our cooperation and collaboration. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador, sir. I request His Excellency Mr. Luis Miguel Inchausti, Honorable Minister for Energy and Mines, Republic of Peru, and Vice President of ISA Assembly, Latin America and Caribbean region, to please present his address.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this last session of solar energy beyond the energy sector. I would like to start with an overview of the general benefit of using this energy resource and present the topics that we will cover in this panel discussion. Due to the crisis generated by the effect of the climate change at the 2015 United Nations Conference on Climate Change in Paris, the International Solar Alliance was launched, which at the time was an important initiative, and today it is a reality, composed of the countries with the best solar energy resource of the planet. The framework agreement on the establishment of the International Solar Alliance was signed by 86 countries and ratified by 68 of them, including Peru. In this regard, our country was selected to occupy one of the 4 vice presidents of the Alliance for the Latin American and Caribbean region for the period 2018-2020, and we are currently carrying out to this role. Committed to the global effort to mitigate the effects of the climate change, Peru, in collaboration with ISA, developed the Sun World Peru 2019, which had a very good international reception. The objective of this event was to position our country as a technology hub in the generation and use of solar energy and other clean energy technologies, an objective that we have been working on every day along these lines. The President of the Republic of Peru, Martín Vizcarra, proposed in his closing speech to hold the Renewable Energy Summit within the framework of the bicentennial of our country's independence. Renewable energy resources have an increasing presence in our society and their growth is unstoppable. Peru is a country with high potential for the generation of energy from renewable resources such as solar, especially in the south, where the solar plants are located, in addition to having excellent wind resource potential along the coast and favorable conditions to generate geothermal energy in the southern volcanic chains. The Minister of Energy and Mines promotes the use of clean energy for sustainable development, both nationally and regionally, in support of one of the objectives established by United Nations, which is to achieve the universal access to electricity by the year 2030. For this reason, in 2008, the legislative decree number 1002 was issued, and with it a series of reforms to modify the energy matrix and enable the introduction of the new technology to meet the national energy demand, including the solar energy. We are currently working on the National Energy Plan to 2040, from which the Renewable Energy Plan will be developed, that will identify the optimal infrastructure that the electricity sector requires to supply part of its demand with renewable source. The participation of renewable energy in the national energy matrix is amongst Peru's primary political objectives. So it is necessary to generate a shift among all actors and the population in general in order to provide the sustainable to these measures. The exponential growth that solar energy has had in the world is undeniable, both due to its low cost and because of the great diversity of opportunities it offers to improve people's quality of life. In addition to the large-scale global generation of electricity, solar technology can also help to close gaps in access to electricity in isolated areas through the implementation of photovoltaic panels. Solar energy has so many applications that we are still finding new use for it. We have seen in many countries the widespread distributed generation in residence areas, utilizing solar rooftops. It also knows that the continuously dropping cost of battery allows for solar energy to be stored in order to be used another times, or to sell the surplus to electricity grid. In Peru, we are working to develop distributed generation to support a cleaner and more sustainable electricity sector. Likewise, we can now charge electric vehicles with energy generated from solar panels, a technology that is being implemented in many countries and can improve people's quality of life due to the lower emissions of greenhouse gas and local contaminant from the production of electrical energy to the use of this less contaminating mode of transport, resulting in a cleaner and more sustainable use of energy. Finally, I want to highlight other important use of solar energy that we can see in use today, such as public lighting with photovoltaic panels, the use of these panels in a cold chain to transport medicine or perishable foods, its application in agriculture through of the use of solar pumps, its use in remote and urban areas through solar heat, and also in heating homes in high Andean areas such as Peru, among the many other important applications that we will develop in this final session. But not before thank you, each of you, for your participation, and on behalf of Peru, our sincere gratitude to the International Solar Alliance for the invitation. Many thanks.
Minister Inchastagi, thank you, sir. I'd like to remind all our participants that we have to close this session at 6:15. And now I'd like to request the Honorable Minister of Mines and Energy, Togolese Republic, and Vice President of the ISA Assembly, Africa Region, His Excellency Mark Dederve Able Bedemont, to present his address.
Bonjour à tous, j'espère que j'ai la parole. Bonjour à tous. Merci de nous avoir donné la parole. Tout d'abord, je voulais exprimer toute ma joie de participer à ce premier sommet mondial consacré aux technologies solaires. Et je voulais vous dire combien nous attendons beaucoup de ce sommet. Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale de l'Alliance solaire internationale, Madame la coprésidente de l'Assemblée générale de l'Alliance solaire internationale, Monsieur le vice-président de l'Assemblée générale de l'Alliance solaire internationale, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers collègues, Monsieur le directeur général de l'Alliance solaire internationale, distingués invités à vos rangs, grades et tout protocole respecté, Mesdames et Messieurs, avec votre permission, je voudrais à la suite du mot de bienvenue de Monsieur Mpandra Triparti, directeur général de l'Alliance solaire internationale, message réconfortant et plein d'orientation, lui rendre un hommage solennel ainsi qu'à sa suite qui, dans cette étroite collaboration, travaille inlassablement pour atteindre les objectifs de l'Alliance solaire internationale. Aussi, je voudrais profiter de cette rencontre virtuelle pour, au nom du président de la République togolaise et au nom du gouvernement togolais, adresser mes compliments de reconnaissance aux différentes autorités de ce grand pays qu'est l'Inde. Au même moment, permettez-moi de féliciter tous les membres de l'Alliance pour l'implication combien inébranlable au succès de l'Alliance solaire internationale. Mesdames et Messieurs, nul n'ignore le souci commun qui habite l'humanité en ce moment. Il s'agit de la pandémie à coronavirus et il est donc de notre devoir d'aider nos populations à trouver des solutions pendant cette période si difficile. Malheureusement, nous n'avons pour le moment qu'une seule arme qui est celle des mesures ou des gestes barrières. Nous sommes appelés donc à ne pas se lancer d'en parler pour le bien de l'humanité. En dépit de l'existence de cette pandémie, l'humanité ne doit en aucun cas baisser la garde concernant la mutualisation des efforts, la synergie dans les actions, l'exécution des projets, l'orientation dans tous azimuts et ce sommet dédié à la technologie solaire est une preuve que notre alliance commune reste dans ce dynamisme pour relever beaucoup de défis, notamment celui de l'accès à l'énergie. Nous ne sommes pas encore à l'heure des bilans, mais comme vous le savez, de nombreuses activités et rencontres ont été menées en Afrique comme dans les autres continents grâce aux orientations de la Direction générale de l'Alliance solaire internationale. En effet, nous ne serons atteints nos objectifs qu'à une seule condition, celle de nous mettre en parfaite synergie. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, ce sommet revêt une importance capitale pour nous car la question d'accès à l'énergie se pose avec acuité sur le continent africain et est au cœur des préoccupations de tous les gouvernements. Il s'agit après tout, comme l'évoque si bien ce sommet, de l'absence de l'accès universel à l'énergie, de l'équité énergétique et de l'accessibilité financière. Des questions communes à de nombreux pays membres de l'Alliance solaire internationale. L'accès à l'énergie révèle un double enjeu en Afrique, à savoir fournir une énergie à moins de coût pour le développement économique d'une part et de lutter contre le changement climatique. En matière de changement climatique, l'Afrique, qui est le continent le moins consommateur d'énergie, présente également l'indicateur par habitant le plus bas pour l'émission des gaz à effet de serre. Cependant, c'est l'une des zones les plus touchées par le changement climatique. Pour relever ces défis, nous misons sur les énergies renouvelables dont l'Afrique regorge d'immenses potentialités, notamment le solaire. Au niveau continental, beaucoup d'initiatives sont prises. Nous pouvons citer, entre autres, l'initiative africaine pour les énergies renouvelables. Sa principale mission est de mobiliser les gouvernements africains derrière des objectifs partagés d'amélioration des cadres réglementaires afin d'attirer les investisseurs et de renforcer la compétitivité. On peut également citer la création du Centre régional pour les énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et on peut enfin citer l'initiative de Lomé, soutenue par la France, l'Inde et l'Alliance solaire internationale, et qui est en cours de mise en place et qui est le résultat d'une synergie de réflexion entre 6 pays pilotes que sont le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, le Ghana et le Gabon, le Mali, le Niger et le Togo. L'initiative de l'OMS se veut donc un cadre collectif supranational et relatif destiné à faciliter, accélérer et dérisquer les investissements solaires sans limitation de taille et de puissance. Elle a pour vocation également à s'appliquer à terme à tous les pays membres de l'Alliance solaire internationale. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, au moment où nous parlons de technologie solaire, nous réalisons que les multiples efforts consentis dans la recherche et le développement ont permis de diversifier les applications du solaire, de baisser les coûts et de rendre la technologie accessible aux pays du Sud. Cependant, beaucoup reste à faire, notamment dans le domaine du stockage, qui devrait résoudre le problème d'intermittence et dont le coût reste encore élevé. Aussi, la question de transfert de technologie se pose toujours et nous louons les initiatives de l'Alliance solaire internationale dans ce domaine à travers son programme STAR-C et celle de la Banque mondiale qui ont permis à l'Université de Lomé au Togo d'être sélectionnée pour abriter un centre d'excellence dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Je vous exhorte alors à une participation très active pour que nous arrivions à répondre efficacement aux soucis de l'Alliance qui sont les nôtres. C'est dans cet esprit d'exhortation commune que je voudrais une fois encore remercier son Excellence, Monsieur le Premier ministre Narendra Modi, qui, ensemble avec le président français de l'époque, ont eu très tôt l'idée de mettre sur pied l'Alliance solaire internationale, qui est rapidement devenue l'institution forte que nous connaissons aujourd'hui. Enfin, je formule le vœu que de ce premier sommet mondial des technologies solaires émane une vision claire du développement de l'énergie solaire afin de nous outiller à relever ensemble les défis énergétiques actuels et futurs. Vive l'Alliance solaire internationale. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
You are welcome.
I request Ms. Kadri Simpson, Commissioner for Energy, European Commission, to present her address. Ms. Simpson is representing the Honorable President, European Commission, on this occasion.
Dear Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Greetings from Brussels. And I am very honored to be speaking in the first World Solar Technology Summit and be in front of you today, also on the behalf of the President of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen. The European Union has been very supportive of the International Solar Alliance from the first day. Last July, the President of the European Commission and President of the European Council and the Prime Minister Modi of India have agreed at the EU-India Summit to reinforce their cooperation in the International Solar Alliance to promote the deployment of solar energy. And deploying solar energy is a way of preparing properly for the future. It means addressing the defining issues for our generation and our countries. These are climate change and access to clean energy for all. And both issues were front of mind when the European Commission launched a Green Deal. We did so less than 12 months ago. And a central tenet of the Green Deal is that by the middle of this century, Europe will be a carbon neutral continent and that it will work hand in hand with international partners for a global clean energy transition. Renewables, including solar, have a key role to play in cost-efficient tackling climate change, while enhancing energy security, creating jobs and growth. And they also give consumers a greater role in the energy system, empowering them to produce their own energy, and they make our economies more resilient to future crises. And this role places renewables at the core of the European Green Deal and the EU's growth strategy. The COVID crisis has changed a lot in the world around us, and dealing with the effects of the COVID crisis, repairing our economies and preventing a destructive climate change in the future are part of the same challenges. And they need a single coherent response, a growth strategy to bring our society and economy to a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable future. And that's why the European Commission has launched a recovery package worth of 750 billion euros with a strong focus on green recovery. So at least 30% of that money will be going to green and sustainable projects. And the recovery plan for Europe sends a clear message. We repair our economy, not by building back what was there before, but by investing in the future sources of growth. And solar photovoltaic is a key sector in this regard because it is a key technology for the energy system we want. It is decarbonized, cost-effective, and sustainable, and it is an investment that brings growth and jobs. And for the European Union, we had an installed capacity of 134 gigawatts last year, and we want to see the growth significantly by 2030. And our aim is to be close to 1,000 gigawatts as possible by 2050. And many things need to fall into place for that to happen. But there is a strong enthusiasm about renewables in Europe, growing every day, and we are set to surpass this year our 2020 targets for renewable energy. And our EU member states have committed in their national energy climate plans to achieve an even higher level of renewables that was set in our official target for 2030. The transition towards renewable energy is now well engaged in Europe, and we want to accompany this trend with a set of new policies. And to tap into a full potential of direct and indirect electrification across the whole economy, we have adopted before the summer a strategy on energy system integration and a dedicated strategy on hydrogen. And our aim is to increase flexibility strategy on energy system integration and a dedicated competitive price strategy on hydrogen our industries and citizens. And our aim is to increase flexibility towards climate neutrality sector bringing electricity at competitive price to our industries and citizens, and setting Europe on the higher target for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we are now about 30%, and we will report support target this new ambition with our offshore and higher energy strategies, a key element of our pro-renewables and we will economic recovery push this new and our renovation wave initiative to double the rate of a key building renovation in Europe. Both are relevant for economic recovery push. And our renovation wave initiative, for the first time, double the rate of building renovation in Europe. Competitiveness are relevant for deploying solar technologies. Get helicopter. And by mid-October, the key, the first time we have, and we will present a competitiveness progress report. So that we have said a lot about plans here in Europe, but when it comes to solar, we have, and we will together. Today's summit is an excellent starting point. I have said a lot about plans here in Europe, but when it comes to solar, we are all in this together. Solar energy is a today's summit is an excellent starting countries all over the world. The topic was shares center of our discussions with the African Union solar energy this year, and I believe we should all take the all over the world. The topic was at center of our discussions with the African Union earlier this year, and I believe we should all take the opportunity of notably in terms of costs, African Union summit cheap electricity and 29th of October to discuss the African summit solar power generation would also be an opportunity for the International Solar Alliance bringing cheap electricity and creating global skills and jobs help us. And the African summit examples of solar installations would be an opportunity for the International Solar Alliance show, and your joint action with the EIB is a prime example. Concrete examples of solar installations bringing cheap electricity to countries' actions. And your joint action with the EIB is in prime example energy added value. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is all about collaborations and sharing knowledge and private investment, getting in sustainable energy sector to thrive. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today is all about collaborating and sharing knowledge and ideas. And critical momentum is key in order to thrive together with the international regions, and the European Union is leading player in supporting the solar sector. If our actions is key in ambition, we will show that we learned our lessons from our common crisis, and we'll make the most of our actions match our ambition, brighter future. We will show that we learned our lessons from COVID crisis. I wish you all a very make the most of the global drive to recovery.
Thank you, Mr.
Prepare a brighter future for all of us.
In the absence of the President, the Co-President's video message will be the concluding message of the summit. So now I'd like to direct your attention to a video message of the President. The Co-President's video message will be the concluding message of the summit. So now I'd like to direct your attention to a video message from Her Excellency, Ms. Barbara Pompili, Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Dear Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energies and Skill Development, Mr. Singh, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Upendra, Dear Minister of Power, Excellencies, New and Renewable Energies and Skill Development, that I was not able to attend the International General Alliance today, but I sincerely wanted to share with you all my support that I was not able to attend the International Solar Alliance today. I also wanted to thank you, but I sincerely wanted to share with you all my support and thanks for maintaining it despite the difficult circumstances that affect us all. For organizing that facing the greatest challenge in human history, we need solar energy more than ever before. Affect us all. Provide us with clean, facing the greatest challenge in human history, we need solar energy more than ever before. Success is based on strong political commitments and favorable regulatory frameworks. Let's not forget that its recent success is based on strong political commitments and we have to keep regulatory frameworks. France, which have made committed energy to do so. Very competitive. We have put in place a multi-year energy program, and we have that keep going the development of solar energy. Has committed to do so. To double we have put in place a multi-year of our national photovoltaic supports the development of solar energy and double it again in the next 5 years. Capacity of our national its low carbon strategy by France 2023 also encourages solar application in the next 5 years. All sectors of its economy. Through its low carbon strategy, but we cannot do it alone. Also encourages solar application. We need to decarbonize so that we all can support together the development of renewable energies. We need everyone. It is a question of reaching so that we all higher level support of human development, the development of sustainable development energies, respect of our planet. It is a question of reaching a new higher level of human development. That is why France, among others, supports the International Solar Alliance in mobilizing regional centers and energy. That is why France, among others, supports the International Solar Alliance in mobilizing regional centers and energy from cooperation will come innovative solution training that will be deployed on a large scale member countries. Only from cooperation I would like to congratulate India that will be deployed on a large in developing solar energy and its very ambitious I would like to congratulate and we India now have to face remarkable success all of us in developing the economic consequences and of COVID-19 ambitious objectives. I do believe that and we now have to face energy all of us our recovery plans consequences unique of COVID-19 to create jobs. I do believe that integrating renewable innovation into our recovery plans to align our today's needs with our long-term climate to stimulate technological innovation. Solar is and most of our to align future. Our today's needs with our long-term climate objectives. The International Solar Alliance as a key role part of our shared it has future. Proved many times its effectiveness in creating new International Solar Alliance as a key role to play. And let me say it has proved many times as Vice President its effectiveness in creating new opportunities for solar alongside energy. India and its partners. Let me say that these goals. As Vice President, since France is more committed our alliance can expand further. India and its partners all United Nations member states now have the possibility since to join August, the alliance. Our alliance can expand further. For solar energy. All United Nations member states now have the possibility to join the alliance. For our alliance for solar energy, I wish the best possible future. Thank you all.
I invite Ms. Fiona Vaughan, Director of Governance, Resources and Innovation. And finally, on behalf of ISA Secretariats, I invite Ms. Fiona Vaughan, Director of Governance,
His
Resources and
Excellency,
Innovation,
Shri R.K.
ISA,
Singh,
to propose
President of the ISA Assembly. Her Excellency, Ms. Barbara Pompili, His Excellency of the ISA Shri R.K. Singh, President of the ISA Assembly, Commissioner of Energy, Director General, Co-President of the ISA Assembly. Honourable Ministers, it is my absolute privilege, Commissioner of Energy, to deliver the Director General on behalf of the International Solar Alliance and speakers. To the speakers of this inaugural session privilege of this first to deliver the vote of thanks solar on behalf technology of the International Solar Alliance. As our Director General noted of this inaugural session opening remarks of this first World and Action-Oriented Technology Organisation. And this summit, as our Director General noted, to come together opening remarks to focus on those innovations and action-oriented technology organisation and the impact and this summit that these developments will have to come together on the deployment to focus of solar innovations across solar member countries and the impacts the globe that these developments will have. Firstly, on the deployment of solar energy from the action agenda ISA member countries and their commitment to solar energy. Firstly, secondly, thank you to our today's inaugural session from the Action Agenda has heard and for their commitment to solar energy. We've been presented, secondly, with visions. Today's inaugural session has heard, including through storage is a force for mobility. We've been presented with visions of a solar future, including through storage, mobility, cooling, pumps, large-scale deployment and connections, and cooperation on these issues, including through One Sun, One World, One Grid. We thank our speakers for these insights today, for sharing their visions of a solar world, of the transition to clean, sustainable, renewable energy, to mitigate climate change, and to improve sustainable development outcomes. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to hear from you today. Thank you for setting the scene for today's summit. I have no doubt that the upcoming sessions will be most engaging, most interesting, and most productive, and will only strengthen the commitment of today's participants to the solar journey. So thank you once again, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. We're most appreciative. Thank you.
Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of this inaugural session. There will be a short break of 15 minutes before the global CEO session, which will be followed by technical sessions and finally the valedictory session. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
5, 4, just yeah, copy. Live.
Good evening, a very, very good evening from India, and a warm welcome to our audiences all over the world. The pandemic has changed the way we interact with each other, but today all of us are gathered here to discuss less noticeable changes that will reshape the world for future generations. Let me give you an example. For most of our lifetimes, fossil fuels have dominated the world's global electricity mix, but that's changing today thanks to renewables and, of course, better batteries. According to the Bloomberg NEF's New Energy Outlook, zero carbon energy sources will actually account for 2/3 of the world's electricity by 2050, ending the dominance of fossil fuels. Other research, of course, puts these shares much higher. Here we're talking about the share of solar and wind, which could rise as high as 80% in certain markets, according to Bloomberg. And of course, other sources put this much higher, which you will see in later sessions of this event. With so many changes afoot, we are here joined by global business leaders who will discuss how their businesses are positioning themselves for this change. We have with us Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President of FICCI and Joint MD of Apollo Hospitals, India's biggest private hospital chain. Mr. Anand Mahindra, Chairman of the Mahindra Group, India's biggest utility vehicles maker. Mr. Jean-Pascal Tricoire, Chairman of Schneider Electric, a global energy management company. Mr. Eric Rondola, CEO of Signify Energy, a world leader in energy-efficient lighting products. Mr. Bertrand Piccard, CEO of Solar Impulse and a passionate advocate for clean energy. Ms. Walburga Hemmetsberger, CEO of Solar Power Europe, an association focused on clean energy. And of course, Mr. Uday Kotak, CEO of Kotak Mahindra Bank, who's among the global financiers that will fund this transition. Let's start with the automobile industry, which is right at the forefront as we are seeing today. Bloomberg NEF predicts that cheaper batteries and better technology will actually help us achieve parity between the traditional combustion engines and electric cars as early as the middle of the century. But of course, the unknown is the pandemic. And so I turn to you, walk us through how you see the situation playing out.
Thank you, Jeanette. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Jeanette was kind enough to refer to my utility vehicle background, but we're a large diversified group. And we also happen to be one of the largest solar developers in India. So I'm going to focus really on our stint in the solar area and talk more about the renewable energy opportunity in front of us. To begin with, there's an old proverb that says, turn your face towards the sun and the shadows will fall behind you. And indeed, it would be difficult to find a culture that hasn't, since time immemorial, turned its face towards the sun, of course in awe and worship. And India alone, we have 108 names for Lord Surya, the sun god, including Bhanu, the bright one, Saukya Prada, the bestower of happiness, and Aishwaryada, the bestower of power. But today there's one important difference in the way we look at the sun. The idea of the sun being the harbinger of light is no longer just a poetic metaphor. Lord Surya today can literally bestow light, power, and happiness. And India, as you all know, has the benediction of 300 days of sunshine in the year and the good fortune of access to mind-boggling technological advantages. So it's actually a no-brainer that we could turn to solar energy as the technology of choice. And we have, in fact, done remarkably well on the solar front so far. The National Solar Mission is one of the key missions in the National Action Plan on Climate Change in India. India happens to be a world leader in renewable energy penetration, with nearly 39 gigawatts installed and another 40 GW under various stages of development or construction. Installed capacity is expected to jump almost 270 times between 2010 and the end of 2020. But the best news of all is that India today is amongst one of the lowest cost producers of solar power in the world. In 2010, the cost of solar power was about 17.9 rupees per unit, and in 2020, competitive tariff-based bids were received at 2.36 rupees per unit. So solar energy can compete on its own economic merit against any other source of energy. Going forward, there are so many exciting technologies within reach. For India, floating solar is a technology that overcomes the constraint of land availability and cost. And I'm also personally very intrigued by technologies that kill two birds with one stone and more, in fact. In Gujarat, more than 80,000 kilometers of existing irrigation canals are covered with solar panels. The electricity generated goes to the farmers. The covering prevents the evaporation of water, and the presence of shade curbs the growth of destructive algae in the water. Now, many of my fellow panelists are more qualified than me to talk about technology, but as a businessman, I do see a confluence of factors that spells opportunity for India. Indeed, a more aggressive stance in the solar space is almost being forced upon us, because the COVID crisis has sharply underlined that our manufacturing capabilities are woefully inadequate, both for our needs and ambitions. Even without the crisis, as a scale deployer of solar power, we need manufacturing preeminence. And this, in fact, coincides with our national priorities that include Atmanirbhar Bharat, the revival of small businesses, and the creation of jobs. A sustainable domestic manufacturing industry can create 50,000 direct and over 125,000 indirect jobs just in the next 5 years. But for us, cost competitiveness is going to be key. Which brings me to India's much vaunted skills of frugal innovation. Where on earth is it hiding, particularly in the solar space? China has close to 40,000 patents in solar technology. India has but 246. Yet, we are the nation that sent Chandrayaan-2 to Mars at less than the cost of some Hollywood movies. We are good in India at working miracles at what I like to call the lowest cost per unit of innovation. Lowest cost per unit of innovation. If solar energy is our future, are we incentivizing innovation in this area enough? Can we create the equivalent of a Genius Prize for innovation in solar technologies? And perhaps that prize could be funded by a partnership between the Renewable Energy Ministry and the top 10 solar businesses in India. We'll clearly throw our hat in the ring. Solar technology is made for India and can be made by India. So let me end with a story from Indian mythology. Vishwakarma in Indian mythology was the celestial architect, and he chopped off the sun's jagged edges because his daughter, who was the sun's wife, complained that she could not bear the sun's blazing light and heat. Out of the pieces that fell to the ground, it is said, Vishwakarma fashioned the Sudarshan Chakra, which, as all Indians know, was a powerful weapon used by Vishnu and Krishna in their decisive victories. So, ladies and gentlemen, solar technology is our Sudarshan Chakra. Let us use it to fashion a bright and shining future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahindra. Very, very engaging indeed. Those little bits of mythology thrown in. Mr. Rondola, on the more prosaic parts of powering our homes, you, of course, work very closely on energy efficiency in our homes. And the pandemic is really making us rethink what we want from technology. For instance, those light switches, we don't want to touch too many of them. All of us want more data, faster data, but we also want our bills to be kept under control. And as Mr. Mahindra was saying, this is also a time when supply chains and manufacturing around the world is being challenged because of the pandemic. How do you see this situation playing out? How do you envision the future from where you are sitting?
Thank you, Janet, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate to this panel. So first, let's take a little bit of distance. We strongly believe that the world is in an energy transition, and we are convinced that energy will be truly cheap when it is clean and in a carbon neutral world. So at Signify, we also believe that we need to show the way in our own operations while also developing cleaner technologies, namely solar powered lighting. So at COP21 in Paris, it was almost 5 years ago, we took the commitment to become carbon neutral by 2020. And it is a really great pleasure to share with you that we announced that Signify has reached carbon neutrality as of today for all our operations across the world. And we are already embarking on a new 5-year journey in which we will focus on doubling our positive impact on the environment and society. The UN Sustainable Development Goals will be used as our strategy compass. And as part of our commitment to climate action, we will go beyond carbon neutrality and reduce carbon emissions over our entire value chain, which is, the inclusion of what we call Scope 3. But we also believe that the expansion of solar-powered lighting systems will provide another very effective opportunity to reduce carbon emissions. So let me now focus a little bit more on solar lighting. So when I joined the company in 2012, there were around 1.1 billion people in the world living without electricity. Today, the figure is around 840 million. A good portion of this progress is due to the good efforts of the Indian government in providing access. For rural off-grid communities, solar lanterns are the equivalent of the incandescent light bulb of a century ago. They completely transform lives. But for emerging and developing countries, solar also provides the means to leapfrog an energy-efficient digital technology and infrastructure. In fact, in this decade of climate action, it will be virtually impossible to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement without solar power. So we need it. We need both centralized solar systems and distributed solar systems, which is solar powered from panels on rooftops, as we have talked about previously, and streets and lighting poles, as well as solar lanterns. These complement completely each other. But there still remain massive challenges in providing the latter. In India, I am proud that our solar lighting can be found in more than 30,000 villages, but there are more than 629,000 villages in India alone. The issue globally is scaling up. Take Africa, for instance, where we are seeing access to electricity slowing down. If this isn't addressed, there will still be 800 million people without access by 2030. The challenge is how do we aggregate demand and create business models that give people on low income access to electricity and light? Well, we believe there are two must-haves. The first one is an ecosystem to deliver and install at remote communities and crucially provide on-site local maintenance and technical support. The second must-have is financing. Investment is needed from multilateral development banks and from governments themselves. They can kickstart development, leapfrogging to digital infrastructure and new business models like pay-as-you-go, balancing the needs of people now with the promise of revenues and benefits in the future. It really creates what we believe is a virtuous circle. I've seen it myself, how access to electricity and light transforms communities and reaps huge socioeconomic results, allowing businesses to develop and people to flourish. Globally, we are talking about 200 to 300 million households that will benefit greatly at cost of around 10 billion. That's an investment of just 1 billion a year to provide universal access to light by 2030. That, ladies and gentlemen, should be our goal, universal access to light by 2030. With the political will, support of banks and industry, we can make this happen. It will be an important and inclusive building block of the carbon neutral work we collectively aspire to create. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rondola. Next up, we have Monsieur Trequart. Mr. Rondola was speaking about local communities, about the rural areas, about creating a network of advocates for clean energy. This is actually an area your company, Schneider Electric, has worked very passionately in. You've created a network where you not just train Indian youth on solar power, but you also help them set up their own businesses and go on ahead to hire people and continue setting up these networks and these microgrids around the country. Would you like to let us into your world and talk a little about the work that you're doing in the space?
Yeah, Jeanette, and thank you for having me on this panel. It's a great pleasure to be with my fellow panelists. Look, we have to realize this is not an energy transition; it's an energy revolution. On revolution due to technology, on a revolution to address the big challenge of giving access to all to energy on Earth, which is a fantastic duty that we have, and at the same time fighting climate change. So we believe at Schneider that you can bridge progress on sustainability for all by combining the new technology. And when you speak about revolution, it's a little bit about technology, but it's a lot about managing the change, on bringing people to change a habit of thinking the energy system, the way they live with energy, and embarking the right number of people around this evolution, on skilling those people to make sure that change will happen. So when we look at the old equation of renewable today, we just think it's not only about renewable, it's first above digital. Because digital is first the door to efficiency. Smart homes, smart buildings, smart manufacturing, smart cities, because digital helps you to make everything more efficient, but at the same time, it allows you to manage the intermittency of renewables. Second step is electrification, because electrification is the only way to decarbonize. And third is the use on the combination, as you said in your introduction, of renewable, and particularly solar and storage, so that you can produce a green source of electricity. So save, electrify, and decarbonize. This is a magic combination. And if we want to do that, we need to associate people and train people to rethink the chain of energy and associate those technologies together so that there is a system that works well. And I share with Anand what Anand said before. I think India is in a leading position to change this equation of energy for many reasons. It has somewhere the advantage of late mover in the chain of energy. So there are plenty of places where the electrification which is taking place can start from the beginning with the new technologies and adopt the latest of the technologies in the world. It has this incredible combination of industry in electricity and to be a world reference in digital. And the two have to be combined to promote the usage of renewable resources. India's sun, which is important for solar, and solar is developing very, very fast. And of course, India has a very dynamic young population, which has a passion for education and technology. And finally, I also share the view of Anand when he says that there is in India the genius to develop innovation at cost which is affordable. And for a revolution to happen, the cost of the new solution has to be lesser than the solution of the past. And clearly, the combination of solar, storage, and digital is on that path and can revolutionize this. So we saw that, and we have actually, because of what I was just saying, last week we are increasing considerably our forces in India by merging Schneider with Larsen & Toubro Electrical. And we are putting that into place to do everything that I was just saying before. Combining R&D to make local innovation that fits the market and also respond to the needs of all of the countries which face the same issues as India. Manufacturing in India and making sure that we can supply locally the market, but also export from India. And more so, be deeply rooted in India with 25,000 colleagues of Schneider and Larsen & Toubro together, so that we can train a larger ecosystem of people that we can associate to the change and to this revolution. So if I look back over the past 10 years, we started that 10 years ago, and based on what I was saying, we have today 4 million people who are benefiting of solar solutions in their homes or in their communities. Among that, we have created 150 solar microgrids for rural communities, which themselves are powering more families across villages. To do that and to make that possible, we realize soon that you just don't deliver your technology. What you do, you have to train people who will be interested locally to take care of the system of their community. So we've trained 150,000 electricians, and we plan to train 500,000 in the next coming 5 years to make sure that they get a new job, they get a new vocation, and we help the most entrepreneurs of them to create their own companies. So today you have from those communities of farmers that became electricians, 300 who created their own companies that we funded and that we help developing. So that is, as always, innovation can work if we start from the people. The values that solar bring to the user, to a village, to a family, to a home is obvious. But if you want to make it work, you have to make sure that you engineer and skill the whole chain of people who can bring that together and do it very locally. I would insist on one thing, is that this is possible within a community. This is also important that we do it between our companies, because doing that revolution of energy means a combination of many of the efforts of companies, and particularly of the companies around this panel tonight. ISA is essential because it's a platform for dialogue, on a platform where we can meet and build projects together. And second, the intervention and the support of government is essential, and especially at the time where every geography is putting into place packages of recovery. It's really important, as was said before, that we prepare for the world of tomorrow, and that those packages are both fair and green. So count on us to keep developing solar, and count on us to develop it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trikwar. Dr. Reddy, you're next. Of course, it's easy to talk about solar and clean energy when we're talking about cars, when we're talking about lighting systems. The pharma sector is not so intuitively linked to all of this, and that makes it even more interesting. I'm very keen to hear from you about what your sector is looking at within the clean and sustainable space. Over to you.
Thank you, Jeanette, and good evening, good afternoon to friends from all over and your excellencies. It is a pleasure indeed to be sharing thoughts on such an important subject. India is indeed a country of 1.3 billion sun worshippers, but I think all of us here today share a common cause, and we are evangelists of a shared, cleaner, greener future. Around the world, the COVID lockdown enabled many people to experience blue skies, to see mountains. We occasionally came upon a peacock on the road, and some people spoke of even leopards in Masai Mara at the resorts. We began to see and experience the wonders of nature in a completely new world. COVID had accelerated new practices and technology. And at the same time, the adoption of solar technology has continued. We must mainstream such adoption. And that, I think, is the call of today. Technology in solar and other areas could enable us to continue experiencing what we had begun to miss. So let me begin by thanking ISA for inviting me to speak and for giving FICCI an opportunity to be an organizing partner in this historic summit. It's indeed a privilege, and I think one of the most important initiatives that all of us are doing across the world is really preserving that which is precious and priceless, which is our planet and human lives. This summit is the first which is being conducted virtually, where participants from around the world are coming together on such a large scale to exchange ideas and discuss technological developments happening in the solar space at an extremely incredible pace. And today, more than 26,000 participants registered from 149 countries are together. And I must congratulate ISA for this remarkable feat and for the transformation that it's bringing across the world through the aggregation of demand, the reduction of costs of solar energy, the opening up of minds in terms of the possibilities, and the help to catalyze projects, to finance these projects, and to facilitate innovation while bringing people and governments, banks and businesses all together towards this common cause. And as the largest or one of the largest chambers of commerce and industry, FICCI is spearheading policy advocacy and thought leadership for the transition to clean energy, to solar energy applications, sustained mobility, where people talk not about creating infrastructure for transport or for cars, but creating infrastructure for mobility of people. This paradigm shift in thought process will enable this incredible movement to move faster. But we must acknowledge the bold commitment of India, the leadership of our Prime Minister, the proclamation made at the Paris Climate Change Commission to say that we will have a renewable sector with 175 gigawatts by 2022. These kind of bold proclamations are what is propelling our country at a hitherto unseen pace. And I think this is something that all of us will continue. Anand and speakers ahead of me spoke very eloquently about the innovation, the capability, the potential, the size, and the scope. And I will not repeat those points. So when we look around the world, I'll talk about what we know best, which is healthcare. Representing Apollo Hospitals, one of India's largest healthcare chains, I see the health impacts of climate change are felt across. The applications are actually interestingly multiple, but also I think it's important that the impacts of climate change are felt acutely in low and middle income countries, whether it's heat-related death, respiratory disease, the spread of malaria, dengue, cholera, or even the millions of people displaced by the effects of climate change like storms and flooding. Because climate change is no longer an ambiguous environmental problem of the distant future. It is here and now, and hence action is required here and now. So recognizing that climate change is a meta driver of global public health, it's important for us to commit to doing whatever we can towards this. It is our moral obligation to protect the most vulnerable. And more than 800 million people around the world live without electricity. In health sector, clinics, maternity wards, surgical blocks, medical warehouses and laboratories rely on electricity to refrigerate medicines, to power lights, to sterilize equipment, and to operate life-saving surgeries or devices. Intermittent or unreliable power puts medical facilities at risk, and hence the use of solar to enable areas which are unconnected really opens up a tremendous capability. So to provide this in communities of rural or solar resource constrained settings, here we can play a vital role as an enabler of healthcare in areas where there is inadequate access to a grid connected power. So it's not just clean, in many areas it's super essential. Our hospitals are in areas which are a lot more populated, which have access to electricity, yet every terrace of ours does have solar. But more interestingly, we recently signed an alliance to ensure that we have electric charging stations in every one of our parking lots. So we're doing our small bit to say, this is the way of the future, and we promote it. Now, the use of solar energy as a source of power could help augment rural healthcare, as well as speak about a possibility for urban healthcare as well. So we will do everything in our capability to help the transition to low carbon healthcare systems and also facilitate reliable, uninterrupted electricity supply, which is critical for 24/7 emergency services, for deliveries, inpatients and outpatients. And just to give a case in point about the scale possibility of this single idea, India actually has over 150,000 sub-centers, 25,000 primary healthcare centers, and 500,000 primary healthcare centers. This is a grid waiting to happen. This is an invitation to global powers across the world focusing on this, to think about innovative new solutions, to apply their capability and their talent to healthcare in India. And I look forward to this model, not just charging up our Indian primary healthcare systems, but being an innovation and a scenario that corporations and governments across the world can follow as well. Thank you very much. The scope of this is tremendous. Solar is all pervasive. So it is my pleasure to share just one point, but I think eminent panelists are going to continue in this in any area which can help a cleaner, greener, and more positive world is a future or a shared future that we must leave behind for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Mr. Kotak, over to you. All of our speakers have laid out their vision, but you, of course, need to provide the money for all of this. Whom will you finance and why?
Thank you, Janet. Really delighted and honored to be invited on behalf of CII by the International Solar Alliance for the first Solar Tech engagement. This is a unique initiative by India and France to create a robust body in International Solar Alliance. And its time is now. A cooperation across countries, especially countries with the ability to produce huge quantities of power through solar, is the way for the future of the planet Earth. So just some facts in terms of where India is. We are today at 88 gigawatts of renewable energy. As of today, wind power is marginally ahead of solar power at 38 gigawatts versus solar power at 35 gigawatts. The current projections of the government are 88 gigawatts of renewable energy to go to 175 in 2 years, which means we double capacity in the next 2 years. And the speed at which solar is going, it will be ahead of all other forms of renewable power in India. This has been powered, as Anand rightly said, along with India now becoming amongst the lowest cost producers of power through solar. One of the reasons why this has happened is because of the cost of the cell or the panel is amazingly low from China, and India imports 80 to 90% of this from China. The time has come for India to dramatically increase domestic cell capacity. We currently produce 3 gigawatts of capacity when the demand is 20 gigawatts a year. Therefore, this huge gap between domestic supply and domestic demand at an efficient cost is one of the biggest challenges and opportunities for India in its journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat. If we can produce this at scale and appropriate cost, it will be one of those unique scale-ups which India would achieve in the next few years. So first objective should be to scale up domestic cell capacity. The second, where global collaboration is required and significant efforts need to be put in, are in the area of storage, because solar power generated during the day in the sunshine needs to be stored and be made available through the night. And for that, quality of storage capacity and the price of that storage is crucial to bring down the costs for a sustainable future. And then last but not the least is coming to the point of financing. The current cost of financing solar projects in India is extremely high. An average project is about 15 to 20 years. And it is not possible to depend on bank financing alone because the tenor of this financing is significantly larger than the liability or the deposit side of the banks. We therefore need to really create a format of what I call as development finance. And it is something which I would recommend strongly, both along with global institutions and including development global finance institutions, as well as to the Indian government, to strengthen the concept of development financial institutions within India. And it is time to build an infrastructure financing institution with strength, particularly in the area of renewable energy and solar energy. And we need to be able to put equity and be able to price the cost of debt significantly lower than where it is. Today, the cost of debt is in the range of 8 to 11%. And most countries, including China, finance it at sub 5%. So there's a huge gap on financing cost of this facility in India, which is again going to affect the speed at which we create cell capacity. The other idea which I would also leave with the policymakers is it feasible for us to be considering financing of solar energy as a priority sector financing so that we can really give it the big boost and double our capacity over the next 2 years. But I would once again like to compliment the organization of this conference today for an idea whose time has not only come, but now needs to march and boldly transform the world in general and India in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kotak. That was extremely insightful on the cost of financing. Mr. Picard, you of course have famously flown a plane because just to show our leaders that we can fly that. Several members of this panel have spoken about the need to really leapfrog, the need to provide technologies that aren't being built to scale today. Mr. Kotak was talking about what governments should do more to encourage solar and clean energy. We have an audience today all around the world. We have several ministers, we have several ambassadors. What do you think our audience should be asking each of their governments to do to actually hasten the transition?
I think, yes, first, hello again to everyone. You know, when I initiated the Solar Impulse project and I spoke about my vision to the specialists in the energy industry, they told me it cannot work, it's impossible, because the sun will not give enough energy to allow your plane to fly day and night. This is the normal parameter that we have in our world. We always speak of production. And if we don't have enough, we want to produce more. But it's ridiculous. What we have done to succeed with the Solar Impulse project is to do the opposite, to have the plane consume less, be more efficient. And like this, it could cope with the energy the sun was giving just because the plane was efficient. So basically, we did exactly what Jean-Pascal Tricoire has said about putting all the system in total optimization in order to be able to do the project. So we are on the same wavelength, and you understand why Schneider Electric has a partnership with the Solar Impulse Foundation. It's exactly this type of things. So today, we have the efficiency, we have the digitalization, we have the solar energy, it is cheap. Why are we going so slowly? When you read the prediction of the International Energy Agency, they say that the part of fossil energy will remain 80%, or even in the future, and renewables will not go above 20%. That renewables will just absorb the increase of energy demand. If this is true, it's a disaster. And I think the answer to this question is more psychological than technical. So I'm not only an explorer, I'm also a psychiatrist. And I know how much people are reluctant to change. Why people always to do more of the same. They have a paradigm in their minds. They want to stick to it, and they hate everything that disturbs their common assumptions, their certitudes, and their beliefs. So today, we have to see what is allowing the change not to happen. Why do we have the status quo? We have the status quo because the regulations in our world is still allowing everyone to pollute. The regulation in every country is not tough enough. We can put as much CO2 as we want in the atmosphere, and we don't even have to pay the price of it. We can put plastic in the ocean, toxical particles in the lungs of the people, toxicals in the food that we eat. It's ridiculous, it's insane. This was okay maybe when there were 2 billion people in this world, but not 8 billion like now. So if we want to change something, we have to overcome this resistance. So there are two ways for it, parallel ways. One is to show the advantage that people get out of the change. Some industries have understood it. Some industries have understood that it's a new opportunity, it is more profitable, it will create more jobs, and these industries are pioneers. They show that it works. Like we have done with Solar Impulse, they are pioneers in the industry who show that it's possible to change. And then you have the vast majority of other industries who want to keep the business as usual as long as possible, and they don't want to change. So we need regulations now to push the ones who are reluctant to change to adopt the pace of change of the pioneers. If Schneider Electric shows what is possible, of course, it should not be allowed to the other industries to do the opposite. And if you notice, until now, a lot of the promotion of solar energy was made by environmental activists. Today, it starts to be done by industry leaders, corporate leaders. And the huge credit that we can give to the ISR is the fact that it's businessmen speaking, it's politicians speaking, it's not anymore ecological activists. So what I would really emphasize is the absolute and urgent need that we have all the corporate leaders speaking very openly to the governments and tell them that the regulation has to be much tougher, much more ambitious in terms of environmental standards and energy policies. And then you will see that all the ones who are reluctant to change will be obliged to switch to renewable energies, to energy efficiency, to digitalization of energy consumption and production, just because it will be the most logical way to do. But you need to push them to do it. Otherwise, it will end up like Kodak. Kodak went bankrupt just because they did not want to go to the digital pictures, they wanted to stay to paper pictures. We cannot afford our world to be a gigantic Kodak failure.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. Very, very powerful messaging really there for all our panelists and also the ministers listening into this. Last, of course, Ms. Hemmetsberger. You are leading an association that's pushing exactly this. You want to hasten the implementation of solar. You want to hasten the transition to a clean energy future. What I would love to hear from you is what are you succeeding at, the lessons that you have from your experience, and what can emerging markets like India really take from there?
Okay, thanks very much for this introduction. In an interview just recently, I was asked by the journalist which flight I would love to take as one of the first ones after the COVID crisis. And I answered a solar impulse flight, if that is possible. So it's a great honor to speak after you, Bertrand. And I fully agree with what you just said, that it needs a push. So thanks very much for inviting me and good afternoon from Brussels. I'm delighted to speak to you today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies. Solar Power Europe is the leading European solar association representing the entire value chain of solar in Europe. We have more than 200 members. And we want to make sure that solar is the leading energy source by 2030 in Europe. So when it comes to solar, we have seen an incredible cost reduction since 2010. So PV technology costs have been reduced by 85%. So solar is today the cheapest energy technology in many parts of the world, by far outcompeting fossil fuels. In the long run, we believe there's no question solar will become the main energy source globally. For Europe, we have just recently modeled that in our 100% Renewable Europe study. And what we see is that, not surprisingly, solar is the cheapest technology, therefore also prevailing in this equation. So our model shows that we're talking about in between 50 to 60% of energy consumed by 2040 or 2050, depending a little bit on the ambitions. However, the crucial question is when the solar share will be large enough so that the Paris 1.5 degree target can be met. And many of the speakers have mentioned it already, it's fair to say that we are all united in the strong will to save our planet from a climate crisis and make it a better place to live in. So what is key, and let me start with that one, what is key are three parties. It's very important to have corporates taking that on board. And I mentioned that because we have a number of CEOs of very important companies here with us today. Last year, corporations bought a record amount of renewable energy through power purchase agreements. So it's corporates who are really pulling demand, which makes it possible that solar can lead. So it's not just corporates asking for rules, as Bertrand just mentioned, but it's about corporates buying renewables. We also have to take citizens along. Solar today is Europe's favorite energy source for citizens, and we want to keep it like that. And I'm sure it's similar in other parts of the world. We need to work hand in hand with citizens and communities to overcome the social acceptance barriers. So most often it's only due to a lack of dialogue with local stakeholders and misconceptions about the environmental impact. So we really need to strengthen the dialogue and overcome the gap. And last but not least, it's governments which are the facilitators. It's not just that they should facilitate corporates buying renewables, they also need to invest in infrastructure. And actually, the COVID crisis is bringing a large opportunity for governments not just to play the role of a facilitator, but of an accelerator. The green recovery after COVID is key and is a huge opportunity. So governments can roll out rooftop programs. For example, in Europe, 90% of the roofs are still unused. So that is where governments have to come in and should come in and save a lot of CO2. 7 million tons in the case of Europe, if you cover the roofs in Europe. It needs additional solar tenders. I just want to mention the example of Malaysia, where 1 gigawatt additional tenders have just been announced in order to add to the recovery. And when it comes to power purchase agreements, so when it comes to facilitating that corporates are using renewables, state-backed guarantees from governments can help. And let me just finish by saying we should not stop innovating. PV is constantly improving anyway, but it needs to have continued support. And we do think, and that is something where I want to also agree with Mr. Mahindra and Mr. Kotak, that the innovative environment can be further supported by pushing for innovative manufacturing projects, as you do in India. We want to do the same in Europe. Recently, we launched the Solar Manufacturing Accelerator, talking about successes, and that was one of your questions, which wants to help scale up manufacturing, bring innovative technologies on the ground, sustain also a healthy R&D environment in Europe, and encourage politicians to commit and to bring private investors along, engage in manufacturing. So we really believe it's very important now that solar becomes really global, that also large parts of the value chain are being created locally. Let me end with saying that we're very, very happy to be partnering in all our endeavors to push PV with a number of partners around the world. But I would like to mention in particular our cooperation with the National Solar Energy Federation of India and the EU-India Clean Energy and Climate Partnership and the PV rooftop cell on topics such as operation and maintenance, recycling, rooftop PV, and different business models. It is with these partnerships that we are also driving the costs of the technology down, which is the key, rolling out solar and contributing to make this planet a place where we and our children all want to live and can live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hemmetsberger. Just to wrap it up, thank you very much, everybody, for your insights. It was extremely interesting to listen to all of you all speak. I was surreptitiously taking notes while each of you all was speaking, and I think there are two areas that we really need to work on. One of them, of course, is manufacturing, and the second one is leapfrogging on manufacturing and capacity. I once again thank the ISA, and thank you very much to all our speakers. Thank you.
With pleasure. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, and a pleasure to meet you all.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. Good evening. My name is Philippe Malbranche. I'm ISA Program Director, and I welcome you all. And now my role is just to introduce our Honorable Minister for Meteorology, Energy, Information Management, Climate Change, and Communication of Tonga. He is also Vice President of the ISA Assembly, Mr. Puazi Mataele Tei. Mr., the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers representing various ISA member countries, distinguished guests, dignitaries, speakers, and participants from across the globe. Mahalo Lele and hello, and I welcome you all for the first technical session on Vision 2030 and beyond at ISA's first Solar Technology Summit. At the outset, I convey deep condolences to those who have lost their lives due to COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has changed our lives and lifestyles. We have learned to work remotely, and today's virtual meeting is a testimony. I learned over 26,000 participants from 149 countries have registered for this important summit. This year has been challenging for all of us. At one end, we are fighting to limit the impact of COVID pandemic, while at the other end, we have to continue our fight against climate change. However, our experience have shown us that solar is the common integration solution to fight both of these issues. Solar will be an effective enabler to reduce carbon emissions and thus putting us on path of achieving our Paris climate targets. In addition, solar will be essential for strengthening our existing health systems and supply chain, and thus for building resilience against such a pandemic. In respect, the technical session on Vision 2030 and beyond assumes significant importance. A lot of unexpected events might transpire by 2030 if we do not act immediately and now. It is therefore expected that if emissions continue on trend, the temperatures might rise by as much as 1.1 degrees Celsius. Solar technologies have shown tremendous growth potential across the globe, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Solar capacity in Asia alone is expected to rise to 1,860 gigawatt by 2030. However, we need to continue our efforts in progressing solar technology so that all countries are able to harness the natural energy from the sun in most feasible and cost-effective manner. We need to also place our emphasis on innovation in end-use applications of solar. So we use solar not only for utility scale, but also for small scale and important applications in the field of agriculture, drinking water, cold storage, and etc. In Tonga, we have taken the decision of building a renewable capacity by 70% in 2030, and solar will be a key driver for achieving our targets. Through this, we aim to transform our economy from a diesel-powered one to a solar-powered one. Please let me remind us that ISA Paris Declaration of 2015 for a massive development of solar energy and pave the way for future technologies adapted to the needs. In this respect, I am looking forward to the ensuing discussions as part of this technical session, and I'm sure that everyone present here will take with them key learnings and knowledge, which we all can then build upon in the future with the help of ISA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this very inspiring speech. I will have the pleasure to moderate this session. My name is Gaëtan Masson. I'm a Belgian and French representative. I'm managing in Belgium the Becquerel Institute, a research company focusing on PV, but I'm here as the operating agent of the task one of the IEA PVPS Technology Collaboration Program, a program from the International Energy Agency, which is dealing with PV for now almost 27 years. I will share 2-3 slides before introducing my fellow speakers. You should see the slides now. I'm just saying a word about the International Energy Agency Photovoltaic Power System Program, which has been started in 1993, which is composed of 32 members now from all over the world, and which is contributing with more than 300 researchers on various fields of activity, starting from market and competitiveness research to sustainability, reliability, grid integration, building integrated photovoltaics, solar resource, vehicle integrated photovoltaics, and much more things in the future. You're welcome to look at the IEAPVPS.org website for more information. And we would be extremely pleased to see more countries joining in a few years. I've just prepared this slide to introduce that very interesting panel about what's going to happen by 2030 and beyond. And I just would like to remind you a certain number of key elements of PV development in the last years. So when we look at how much was installed in 2019 in the world, the top 3 countries were China, with more than 30 gigawatts installed, followed by the 27 countries of the European Union, with 16 gigawatts, the USA, and India is not far behind, to be honest. And in total, this represented, the numbers can still vary a little bit because not all countries reported final statistics yet, but about 115 gigawatts installed just last year, and more than 600 gigawatts of total installed capacity. What is interesting is that PV represents now 3% of the global electricity demand. Alors, you will tell me 3% is not that much, but it happened in less than 10 years. And when we see the speed at which energy develops in general, we're talking in general about decades, not about years. This is quite a fast development. And this development will most probably, and that you will see with some incoming presentations, accelerate even more that we see now in some countries, in the most competitive PV installations, the price of PV electricity, which went below $0.02 per kilowatt hour, $0.02 per kilowatt hour. We have even seen bits below $1.4 per kilowatt hour. I will not enter too much in the detail, but it makes PV the cheapest source, not only of electricity, but energy already today in some countries in the world. And I will finish with that before giving the floor to the other speakers. If we calculate how much CO2 has been avoided in 2019 thanks to PV installations in the world, it's around 700 millions of tons, and converted into the percentage of CO2 which is avoided thanks to PV, it's 1.8% of global CO2 emissions. It's still a small amount, but as you have mentioned, Your Excellency, it's quite an important challenge that we'll have to fulfill in the coming years, and is definitively one of the key solutions. I will just introduce now rapidly the 4 speakers. I will ask you to scrupulously respect the time that you have been allowed for your presentation, even if that one is sometimes a little bit short with regard to everything you have to say. We will start with Professor Christian Breyer from Lappeenranta University of Technology in Finland, and one of the best energy modelers in the world. We will tell you how solar can become the source of electricity of this century. It will be followed by Dr. Susanne Erich. She's German. She's coming from VDMA, which is German Equipment Association, and she's the director of photovoltaic equipment. And she will talk to you about the very known international technology roadmap for photovoltaics, which will present you the state of the technology and its possible evolution. The third speaker will be Mr. Gianni Chianetta. is chairman of the Global Solar Council. He comes from Italy, and he has quite a wide experience in the PV markets and the PV industry for more than a decade. And the last speaker will be Mr. Rohit Modi, co-chair of FICCI, Renewable Energy CEOs Council and country head and president for India of SB Energy, which belongs to the SoftBank Group. I thank you for your attention. I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Breyer. Christian, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. I would like to share the screen and then immediately get started. So it's my pleasure for all distinguished followers of today's event and presentation to give an overview on the prospects we can expect with solar energy already in the decades to come. So first of all, we all know that the climate change is outstanding pressing, and that the results from the latest global warming 1.5 Celsius report from IPCC clearly showed us that by mid of the century we have to achieve with zero greenhouse gas emissions in total, and that requires a very steep decrease. By the way, by end or after the mid of the century, in the second half of the century, we have even to go to net negative to remain the world and finally for our civilization in a stable environment. What does it mean for solar photovoltaics? For solar photovoltaics, it means that first of all, we can talk on a technology which is accessible everywhere, all over the world, not only in the Sunbelt, but there it's the best resource. And it's typically a factor of 2 from the best places in the world to the not that perfectly blessed places in the world, where also solar energy is available in really good quality. Technology is further improving. There is still huge room for improvement of technology, of even factors, but still today it's already the least cost source of electricity in a fast growing number of countries all over the world. And it can be applied for rural electrification, for self-supply on buildings, and for large utility scale projects. In particular, what we will see in the coming years and decades is an enormous push for broad electrification of our entire energy system, and the fundamental driver is efficiency. And the reason is that practically all combustion processes do not perform well when it comes to efficiency. Go for the power sector, where we have global average efficiencies of a bit better than 1/3. From primary energy converted to electricity. So there's a huge waste of primary energy. If we have direct conversion of natural flows to electricity, whether it's with solar energy, whether it's with wind energy, whether it's with hydropower, we have much higher efficiencies. Similar trends can be seen in heat, and in particular in transportation. When you compare standard combustion cars to all electric vehicles, we see a factor of 3, 4 of higher efficiency, already fully based on electricity, the most valuable form of energy we have available. What will be the key drivers for a PV-induced change? And you see here 4 diagrams. I will briefly go through. Top left, you can see the present cost and a further projected decline of utility scale PV systems. So today, or around 2020, we are on the least cost source of electricity in most regions in the world, but it will continue depending on further technological development, in particular further ramp up of volumes, and due to that economies of scale. This is just a standard experience curve based on learning what we know since many decades across all industries. The similar trend can be observed with batteries. And this is most important to overcome the day-night cycle. So that can practically more than double the total market for PV with battery storage. However, there is a new further push just on the horizon to massively accelerate demand for PV. And these are electrolyzers, and in particular, low-cost electrolyzers. And the reason is this opens the door for solar energy, for solar electricity to other energy sectors where hydrogen-based solutions are required. So this can be sustainable fuels, sustainable chemicals, and also seasonal balancing, but that might be in the end maybe the lowest market segment. For fully sustainable fuels,
We further need a sustainable carbon source because we still need hydrocarbon fuels and chemicals. And this might be possible with CO2 direct air capture, where we see strong progress for the technology and also declining respective cost. When it comes to the modeling, I will show a few results of what we are doing in the following slides. So there have been recent reports, whether on a global scale together with Energy Watch Group or on a European scale with Solar Power Europe. We finally use use a global model where all energy sectors are included. So it's from power demand, it's heat demand, it's transportation demand. Oops, I get just messages on my Zoom. So these are demand sectors, and they are fulfilled finally with renewables. Since we described the transition, over the transition, of course, there are still fossil fuels and other forms of energy, but as a part of the cost optimization that can be then found over the years, that this is then not anymore the cost optimal solution. And finally, renewables lead to a least cost solution, including all technologies. What is important whenever we model such transition scenarios, they are done on a full hourly resolution, on real weather data, whenever possible, real demand data, full hourly resolution, to always guarantee a fully stable energy system solution. First result had been for the global power sector. This had been also published on Nature Level Journal, which is of course very helpful to get it further disseminated, the results. What you can see in the cost diagram, it's bottom down, that from a present global cost of the power sector, it can be reduced until 2050, the more we use low-cost renewables. And in addition, also supporting technologies such as batteries. This can then further reduce the cost on a level, let's say, minus 30% compared to the present level. This would further lead to a full energy system solution where solar energy is the dominating source of all electricity supply on a level of up to 70% as part of a least cost solution. In the world map, on the world map, you can see that in particular in the Sun Belt, solar energy is the dominating form and source of electricity, while if only the power sector is in consideration, then in the Northern Hemisphere, we see typically a complementary mix of solar and wind. Now is the question if this is enlarged to the entire energy system. So this had been a follow-up study where all energy sectors, not only the power sector, also heat and transportation have been taken into account. And then one can see that it's maybe not so surprising that solar energy is still, and solar photovoltaics is still the dominating source of energy. The reason is most parts, practically all parts, up to 90% of the energy system are finally based directly or indirectly on electricity, because electricity can be very well transformed to all other forms of final energy. And then even more regions in the world. So this is our resolution of the model with the world in 145 regions. Most of the regions are finally dominated by solar electricity. And the question is on what capacities we are finally talking. So for the energy system, with power, with heat, with transport, with industrial demand, we talk on 60,000 gigawatts, so it's more than 60 terawatts of photovoltaic demand. If the non-energetic demand of chemical industry is added to that, because this is very well possible with low-cost electricity to also get the chemical industry sustainably, then we talk on 13,000 gigawatts more. The question is, technically, it might be possible to be modeled. What does it mean for the cost? And for the cost, we can see for the total energy system in specific cost, in currency per energy, so per megawatt hour, the total system cost remains stable. And this message, of course, is very strong because it means we can transition to a fully sustainable energy system, but the specific cost for consuming the energy remains the same, while, of course, massive investments are needed, but that will be needed in any way. Whether we have an unsustainable energy system or a sustainable energy system, enormous amounts of investments are needed in any case. I would like a very brief overview on available energy system transition studies. And there we can see that the solar share in, can reach up to 70 or a bit more than 70% in leading scenarios. And for the year 2050, more than 20,000 terawatt hours of solar electricity demand is a kind of a standard, while more than 50,000 terawatt hours, such scenarios also exist, require a real optimization, real photovoltaic cost to be taken into account, and all power to X forms so that other energy sectors can benefit from that. I would like to highlight now in particular this power to X aspect, because this is the core of a sector coupling when finally electricity is the major backbone of all energy demand. And as you can see here, this is a top left, this is a key diagram from the report together with Solar Power Europe. You can see we start with renewable electricity. With electrolyzers, we get hydrogen. A bit of the hydrogen can be directly used. However, it can be further converted to methane gas. It can be liquefied. Then we have the LNG, chemically the same what we use today. With Fischer-Tropsch processes, it can be converted to diesel, to gasoline, to jet fuel, which is most important, that the aviation industry can be brought to zero emissions, and of course also with methanol and ammonia for the chemical industry. On the right-hand side, you see just two key result slides for the transition for the case of Europe. So also in Europe, solar energy can become the key source for a sustainable energy system with a strong growing electricity demand, which just takes into account that the other sectors require sustainable energy. And bottom left, you can see the total cumulated pathway emissions from different scenarios. And between 2040 to 2050, the total emissions from the energy system can be brought to zero so that not more emissions would come up. What does it mean? What does it mean for a full hourly resolution? In a full hourly resolution, we can see even in the worst weeks of the year, it's possible that we have a fully sustainable energy system. If there is more energy available in all the other weeks, then this is typically converted to hydrogen. I would like to come to the last few slides, where I would like to give a brief overview of a recent study for India North, in particular Delhi. Because the question will come up how to get the largest metropolitan areas in the world also on a zero emission pathway. And here it's shown for the case of Delhi, including the neighboring states, that it's well possible by 2050, maybe even a bit earlier, to have a zero emission energy system. We have done that also for entire India, where you can see a very similar picture. And of course, this is a real stress test with very high shares of renewables for the case of India, because we know there is the monsoon period. And this can be mitigated with a really good complementarity of wind energy. And it's also possible that nearby states where the monsoon effect is not available or not strong can support the more affected states. Let me come to the final slide. What is about regional and global supergrids? We did such studies for East Asia. We did it also for the Americas on a global scale. And finally, we see a positive effect of a kind of a major regional integration, let's say for the SAARC region with India, for Europe, this roundabout 10% cost reduction. However, when these large regions are further integrated with neighboring regions, we do see a rather small effect. So maybe we will not see global grids. However, what we will see very strongly is an exchange of power to X fuels, so synthetic fuels and chemicals in a kind of a global trading, maybe similar to today's oil trading, because this can generate further benefits. I would like to conclude with my presentation on that level, and it would be a pleasure to see the International Solar Alliance to push further the true value of solar energy all over the world, since not all major international institutions have it already full on the radar screen. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation which highlights the incredible potential of solar in general. I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. Don't hesitate to ask questions in the meantime in the tool, and I will pass some of the questions to the speakers at the end of the four speeches. So I would like now to give the floor to Ms. Susanne Erich from VDMA about the ITRPV roadmap. Susanne, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction and for the invitation. My name is Susanne Herrich, and I'm a project manager at VDM's photovoltaic equipment. Today I want to talk about the ITRPV, the 11th edition, and about the current trends and the future challenges in silicon PV. First of all, I want to give a short introduction of the VDMA. The VDMA is the leading federation of European engineering. It's the largest industry association in Europe. We have more than 3,200 members, which are organized in 36 sector associations. Moreover, we have 11 specialized departments and a lot of different working groups and forums. Our main aim is the representation of interests, services, and network. And we in the sector group photovoltaic equipment are yearly running the ITRPV. So how do we do that? On this slide, you see the methodology and the status. We always consider the whole value chain, starting with the silicon, the crystallization, wafer, cell, module, and system. And in the case of the wafer, the cell, and the module, we always consider materials, processes, and products. We start with the participating companies, and then we do some kind of survey, a questionnaire. The VDMA is responsible for the independent data collection and for the processing. Afterwards, we do a review of the data and prepare a publication. This will be discussed with our regional chairs, which are from China, India, Taiwan, the US, and the EU. And afterwards, we publish the next ITRPV edition. In the 11th edition, we had more than 57 contributors from Asia, Europe, and the US. And on the diagram in the bottom right, you see that we had a lot of material and equipment suppliers, but also we had PV manufacturers, R&D institutes, and consultings. In my presentation, I want to first start with the PV learning curve. Afterwards, I want to show some results from 2019. And in each of these here seen categories, I want to show one selected results. I will finish my talk with an outlook and a summary. So here you see the PV learning curve. This diagram shows the correlation of the average module sales price and the cumulative PV shipments. And if you compare 2018 and 2019, we had an increase of the cumulative PV shipments, which went along with a decrease in the price. So we can say what we learned from the last years is continued in this year as well. If we compare the monosilicon and the multicrystalline silicon, we can see that in both cases, the price reduction continues. And if we have a closer look to the world market share, we can say that the monosilicon share increased and it's now dominating. Today we have a share of 65 to 35. when we consider monosilicon to multicrystalline silicon share, and this trend is an ongoing trend in the next decade. A big topic within the ITRPV was the wafer size development. Here you can see the two trends for the multicrystalline and for the monosilicon wafer size, and we see that several new formats appear on the market. And if you have a closer look to the right diagram, you see that the mono will fast use larger formats. The M2, which was the mainstream in the last years, is completely disappearing within the next years up to 2024. G1 and M4 will keep the share. This is possible because existing tools can be used for that. But in the next decade, M6 up to M12 formats will dominate, and therefore new tools with new fabs are required. So we can say that new module formats are flooding the market, and the standardization for the machine and plant engineers is required. If we go to the results to the cell product, here we can see the world market share of different cell technologies. The BSF will disappear after 2024. The PERC technology will stay the PV working horse. It will be the mainstream in the coming years. And also the silicon heterojunction will increase the market share at above 15% in 2030. And when you consider that PERC and silicon heterojunction are already ready for bifacial, you can see here on the bottom that the bifacial cells will gain market share, and the bifacial cells will be at about 80% in 2030. If we have a closer look to the product in the module category, we see here the world market share of different cell dimensions. The half cell share will increase, the full cell decrease, and other formats and sizes are diversifying as well. Last but not least, we see the system components. We see that the power plant installation stays the core application. The rooftop share will stay stable, and we have the niche of the floating PV and the building integrated. Here you can see the last slide. You see different calculated scenarios for PV today and in future. There are several 100 gigawatt markets ahead, and they can be served on today's PV technologies. And what we learned out of the ITRPV is that the PV learning curve continues, but the PV market will remain volatile, especially in Corona season. The ITRPV will provide also in future guidance to handle the PV challenges. And with this, I want to thank you for your attention.
Perfect. Thank you very much for this presentation. I know it's extremely difficult in 7 minutes to summarize, I would say, the richness of the ITRPV report, but I think you did a good job with that. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Gianni Canetta, who's chairman of the Global Solar Council. Gianni, the floor is yours. Jenny, I don't hear you. I don't know if I'm the only one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Gaetan, for the introduction. And I was just saying that maybe we know each other from almost 2 decades. Anyway, in the solar sector, is impressive how the sector has been changed, and really, despite you said 3% of the energy in the world is coming from solar, but this has been achieved really indeed, as you said, in the last years. So that is really a very good, important point. So I'd like to spend a few words about Global Solar Council, which is the association that joined all the industry associations of solar PV in all markets, emerging markets and established markets, has been built in Paris, in the Paris Agreement in 2015, and has the mission of representing the solar sector, the solar industry, with all the global players, and propose solar energy as a leading solution for the world energy need. And of course, our goal is to promote solar worldwide through market development, partnerships, and education. And I'd like to mention the key partnership with IRENA, with the REN21, with IDA, and of course with the International Solar Alliance. And I'd like to mention here Pranab Mehta, the former chairman that started the relationship with the International Solar Alliance. Our, of course, activities focus on policy recommendations, of course, in supporting new markets and existing markets to build partnership with a global organization, building local capacity, and of course promoting standards, best practices, and other quality initiatives. And we strongly believe that by 2030 we can reach 10 million solar jobs. Maybe after the pandemic and the fact that solar is much more than before at the head of the recovery plans, maybe this number can be even bigger. Just some slides has been given from my colleagues on the solar market. This is the one slide from the global market outlook of Global Solar Council, Global Solar Power Europe, sorry, with the support of Global Solar Council. And you can see here how, especially in the, if you see the three lines, the utility scale projects are really much lower in terms of LCOE, lower than any other fossil fuel source. And you can see that, of course, all the other residential and CN commercial industrial are really, really comparable. And I'd like to highlight here that even thanks to the decrease of the storage cost, even the utility scale plus storage is becoming very competitive, and is already more competitive than the gas peaker. And you see, as these numbers been showed, how we are still growing, and we reached over 600 gigawatt in 2019. And the key markets are the bigger, the top 10 are showed in this chart, and you can see that China has been keeping the stronger position, followed by USA, Japan, and Germany. And in a forecast, if you will look at the next years, the trend will continue to increase. The trend is very good, and despite COVID, we believe that there will be anyway, there will be not a huge reduction. Is around 10 gigawatt globally, despite the COVID. The operation after the lockdown are still ongoing, and of course the range is very promising. In 2024, we are talking about double in the worst scenario of the actual capacity, until almost 1.7 as number. We have run, as Global Solar Council, we did run a survey with a reply from 62 countries, over 500 answers from all the value chain of the solar sector. And we have seen, in fact, which is in line with the expectation of the installation despite COVID, that of course there's been a reduction right in the moment of the lockdown, but in reality, after the lockdown, the installation came back to
1 minute, please, Johnny.
Yes, very fast. Another indicative chart is that we asked what kind of measures would be worth in a post-pandemic scenario, and of course you can see, as the time is very short, the alternatives. And I'd like to highlight, for instance, digitalization could for sure reduce the bureaucracy of the administrative burdens, and for sure could speed up the recovery of after the pandemic. As in this session we are talking about the vision, I do like this chart. Global Solar Council is really active in the arena and the Coalition for Action, and there is this chart is very indicative of how really we need, in order to keep the global warming below the 2 degrees, at least a 70% decrease in the emissions. And of course, renewables and electric vehicles, hydrogen will have an important role. You can see how, of course, renewables can be should increase in that scenario. In terms of jobs, of course, we said that by 2050 the jobs could increase. We are talking about, according to the, of course, a very reducing of 70% of the emission. We could talk about 42 million global jobs globally in the renewables, and the solar sector, of course, is the dominant source. And you can
finish rapidly, please.
Yes, it's the last slides. You can see how the jobs are more concentrated in the value chain in the operation maintenance. The last chart is one of the points of the session was how to link solar energy with the other, let's say, sectors. Of course, the transportation is very easy to understand, but I'd like to show this chart from here that showed how by 2040, the electricity demand from the water sector could double due to the sharp increase of water treatment and desalination systems. That's all from the side.
Thank you, Mr. Canetta. I will just introduce rapidly Mr. Rohit Modi. I would like you, if possible, to really respect the 6 or 7 minutes that you have. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gaten. Thank you, Ms. Minister. It was incredible listening to Professor Christian, to Dr. Suzanne, Gyani. After that, little to say. But you know, I have an advantage. So everybody was covering the vision at 2050. Let me bring it closer home to the target, to the topic of this session, which is 2030. I just want to say 6 things. You know, if my vision, the way I look at solar energy, solar would be the predominant source, as everybody is saying, of both energy and fuel on transportation across the world. Number 2, there would be strong, productive, profitable alliances across the world, whether in technology, whether in innovation, R&D, financing, you name it, you'll have it. Number 3, there would be free-flowing movement, devoid of all COVID restrictions, of capital, labor, technology across geographies and countries. One sun, one world, one grid would be a reality. No, but that is where interesting part comes in. ISA has 2 objectives. One of the 2 objectives will be met, not the other one. One objective is to deploy 1,000 gigawatts of solar capacity by 2030. Second objective is to mobilize $1,000 billion of capital. You will have either of them, maybe both, but in a different manner. If you have 1,000 gigawatts of energy, it would only require a maximum of 400 billion and not 1,000 billion, maybe 300 billion, maybe 200 billion. If you have 1,000 billion of capital deployed, you will actually have solar installations in excess of 2,500 gigawatts. And the projections earlier actually confirm that. And finally, ISA would actually need to reinvent itself, would need to reconfigure its relevance and redefine its purpose. And let me just come back to elaborate on this. What am I saying? I am saying that most vehicles would be running on solar cells and batteries. EVs would be the norm of the day. Most houses would be solar powered. Distributed generation would be the new norm. Very, very clearly, petrol pumps will be a thing of the past. They will be fossilized. Even vehicle charging stations would be a thing of the past because batteries would now be able to power 1,000 kilometers, if not 1,200 to 1,500 kilometers in one charge. 24/7 power would be a reality. Let me just give you two simple statistics to prove the point. You know, if you heard the plenary session, when Mr. Anand Mahindra gave two numbers in Indian rupees, and we can translate them, he said in the last decade, the solar tariff has come down from rupees 17.9 to rupees 2.36. You can take any currency, it does not matter. Which means we are saying the tariff came down by 87%. Let's extrapolate it on the same ratio 10 years from now, which means the tariffs then, rupees 2.36 of tariff today, would be a tariff of 31 paisa in 2030. If I were to translate it, and we heard that from Europe, we heard that from Christian, we heard that from everybody, we are saying by 2030, the tariffs, solar tariffs across the world will be sub half a cent, if not 0.4 cents. That's the prediction. And even this 0.4 cents would actually be required basically to recover O&M costs, some staff salaries, replacement costs, financing costs. You clearly, in the past decade alone, you have seen 80% reduction plus, in fact, 90% reduction in the cost of polysilicon. You have seen advances in technology, and we saw just the predictions which are going forward. So what are we saying? We are saying very, very clearly the Vision 2030 is a vision where solar is the preeminent form across the world, where solar at 0.4, if not 0.5 cents is the norm. India, the tariff would be 30 paisa per kilowatt hour would be the energy cost prediction. You know, I can go on, but I would be very, very happy to do that. Let me now give you one set of statistics. Global energy installed base currently is about 7,000 gigawatts.
One minute, please.
Yeah, I'll take a minute, Gaten. Of which renewable energy is 1/3 at roughly 2,500, if not 2,350. Of which 50%, 1/3 of renewable energy, of which 50% is hydro, 25% is wind, 25% is solar. Going forward, 90%, if not more, will be renewable energy. 80% of renewable energy will be solar. So what are we saying? By 2030, if not 32, we are saying global energy base will be 10,000 gigawatts. Out of 10,000 gigawatts, 5,000 gigawatts will be solar, will be renewable, and 2,500 gigawatt plus will be solar. So we would achieve not just 1,000 gigawatts of additional installation, we would achieve more than 2,000 gigawatts of additional solar installations at a cost of less than $1,000 billion. That's my submission. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for having to rush here, but the organizers are asking it. So for the question, I suggest you send all of them either to me or to any of the speakers, and we will answer by mail. Thank you very much. Thanks to the four speakers. Thanks to you, Your Excellency, for chairing this session. And I wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Hello, all of you. Welcome to this new session of the World Solar Technology Summit. My name is Philippe Malbranche from the ISA as Director of Programs. And I will just introduce our next speaker, who is Minister Abli Bidamam Dederiwe, Minister of Science and Energy of the Togolese Republic.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. I have the floor?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. Merci de me donner la parole pour ce mot introductif. Monsieur le modérateur, mesdames et messieurs les panélistes, distingués invités à vos rangs, grades et tout protocole respecté, mesdames et messieurs. Ce sommet, premier du genre consacré aux technologies solaires, revêt une importance capitale et cette section technique permettra de réfléchir sérieusement aux technologies solaires innovantes grâce au débat d'éminents orateurs issus des domaines concernés. Ils pourront aborder les façons dont l'énergie solaire est actuellement utilisée et le sera à l'avenir, ce qui pourra réduire le coût et simultanément fournir le rendement maximum souhaité. Le monde est actuellement conscient que l'énergie solaire a de nombreuses autres utilisations que la simple production de l'électricité. Il s'agit notamment de fonctions telles que la production de chaleur, de capture d'humidité pour produire de l'eau potable et la désalinisation de l'eau non potable. Nous devons partager les améliorations technologiques supplémentaires qui sont développées et apportées par les entreprises dans le domaine de l'énergie solaire. J'aimerais prendre un moment pour réfléchir à la raison pour laquelle ce sommet est un événement si important, compte tenu de la dynamique énergétique en constante évolution dans le monde entier. Une décennie plus tôt, presque toutes les nations étaient à la croisée des chemins. D'une part, il y a des préoccupations croissantes concernant la sécurité énergétique et d'autre part, nous devons traiter des questions environnementales en raison de l'augmentation des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Au cours de la dernière décennie, la technologie solaire est entrée dans une dimension où elle est devenue une technologie de rupture, satisfaisant toutes les dimensions des besoins énergétiques du XXIe siècle. Couplée aux technologies de stockage de l'énergie et d'autres technologies hybrides compatibles, les technologies solaires sont désormais disponibles en continu. Je sais que cela ne serait pas possible d'un seul coup, mais cela se fera par étapes et elles remplaceront certainement toutes les sources d'énergie qui sont nocives pour l'environnement. Dans le même temps, l'augmentation de la part de l'énergie solaire dans notre mix énergétique a permis à nos gouvernants de réduire considérablement les importations de pétrole, contribuant ainsi de manière significative à notre autosuffisance et à notre sécurité énergétique. La plateforme fournie par l'Alliance solaire internationale correspond parfaitement aux besoins des pays du monde entier. Je suis heureux de constater que l'Alliance solaire internationale, à travers ses diverses activités et ses programmes solaires, s'attaque à toute une série de questions, notamment l'accès à l'énergie, la sécurité énergétique et la transition énergétique. J'invite tous les pays, les entreprises, les institutions financières, les établissements d'enseignement, les organisations de recherche et de développement et toutes les parties prenantes à prendre collectivement l'initiative de donner la priorité à l'utilisation de l'énergie solaire. Le monde traverse une période difficile et sans précédent à raison de la pandémie du Covid-19 et a besoin d'une approche multilatérale pour lutter conjointement contre les menaces communes auxquelles l'humanité est confrontée. Il est important que tous les pays se réunissent pour promouvoir l'énergie solaire et d'autres énergies renouvelables qui montreront la voie d'un avenir durable. Mais l'innovation ne devrait pas rester purement technique. Elle peut aussi être une meilleure utilisation des ressources, une meilleure intégration dans l'environnement, une simplification des usages ou encore une baisse des coûts d'investissement pour l'utilisateur final. Les techniques pour y parvenir existent. Les modèles économiques aussi. Nous devons juste les adapter à nos réalités avec l'ingéniosité et c'est par là que nous innoverons. Mesdames et messieurs, chers panélistes, un mot que je vous exhorte à de fructueux échanges qui permettront non seulement de trouver des pistes de solutions aux défis cités plus haut, mais également de baliser la voie à une énergie solaire disponible en continu et à moindre coût. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et je vous souhaite de fructueux échanges et sortira de ces échanges d'autres innovations ou d'autres pistes qui permettront de faire de l'énergie solaire une énergie de référence à travers le monde entier. Encore une fois, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Merci beaucoup. But I am not so very good in French. I have, unfortunately, to continue in English. Thank you very much for your very positive remarks about energy solaire. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to be with us and to share with us your thoughts. So we are now about an hour late. I would like to start our session, and I would like to begin by giving a short introduction to our topic, Disruptive Solar Technologies. And I have prepared a slide set, which I hope I can share with you. Yes. Okay. Excellent. So the issue we are talking about is solar technologies. And the first slide I would like to share with you is a slide which shows a quite unexpected result. If we go back to 1992, and we had a total installation of 100 megawatt at this time, and we compare it with today's situation, we see that we have an enormous, annual compounded growth rate of unbelievable 38%. You can easily calculate it yourself. If you plug in the numbers, 0.1 gigawatts 1992, 627 gigawatts 2019. So 38 gigawatt annually, our industry was growing. If we continue this type of growth, we will be 2030 at a total installation of several terawatt. And we will have a market which can exceed 1 terawatt of annual installations. And I think this is what we are heading into. This is what we should be aware of. And if we look at the distribution of annual additions of renewable power capacity, we see since about 2015, solar energy has taken over, and now from the more than 200 gigawatts of installed renewable power 2019, solar PV is by far the largest fraction, because you can install solar almost anywhere, whereas all the other technologies have geographical limitations. A very important point, if we look at solar technologies, is from where do they come? And we see that the situation has changed drastically since about 2008, at the time when the Chinese government had a very wise decision to say photovoltaics, the harvest of solar energy, is of key strategic importance for the People's Republic of China. And you see the positive result of this now. Almost 90% of all PV modules are coming out of China. I think this is a success story, but this is as well a story which gives us a little bit concern. I will come back to this later, but we want to talk about technologies. And I like to use a very old slide from Ralph Proll from Fraunhofer ISE from 2009, who shows the development of PV technologies. And the key message out of this chart is crystalline silicon PV, which is a dominant PV technology, is not a commodity, but still a very rapidly developing high-tech product. You know, we had the industry standard technology. In the last 5 years, we saw the evolvement of PERC technology, and now we are heading into the range of several competing high efficiency technologies. And I want to talk about this in a little bit more detail. You know, you see on this slide as well, which is from Fraunhofer ISE. On the left top, you see the concept of the PERC technology, where you passivate the backside and you have contacts placed by lasers so that only a few points have a metal semiconductor contact. On the right-hand side, on the top, you see the heterojunction approach. The heterojunction approach has two layers of amorphous silicon on both sides of a crystalline silicon wafer. So this technology is, from its design, very good for bifacial technology, but of course with PERC and others you can as well achieve bifaciality. But this is really showing that technology is rapidly developing. A very interesting technology which was developed at Fraunhofer ISE when I was director is the oxide contact, which is transparent and which is allowing to make both passivation and contacting, because if you make a oxide layer thin, you have the quantum mechanical tunnel effect, and carriers can tunnel through the layers, and you see that we can achieve very high efficiencies, very close to the world record, which is about 27% based on a heterojunction technology. So these are the examples of breakthrough technologies. But let us now talk about efficiencies. When we have the old industry standard technology, which is almost still today about 40% of the world's production, this has an efficiency limit in the order of 20%. And I would like to thank Andreas Bett, who is one of the new institute directors of Fraunhofer ISE. He has prepared this very nice slides. PERC technology, where you have the passivated backside, you avoid carrier recombination on the backside, and on the right-hand side you see again a cross-section through PERC, is now leveling off at efficiencies of about 24%. It's already quite a substantial step from standard technology, and it has the advantage that it is quite easy to convert existing production lines to this new technology, but it is limited. Now we come into the range of the passivating contacts, like heterojunction technologies or like the TOPCon, which I showed, and there we will go even higher to 26%. And the question is, what comes after this? After this, we are hitting the glass ceiling of silicon technology, which is about 29%. And if we want to go beyond this, we must go into new concepts, and the new concept will probably be the tandem concepts, where we have semiconductors with different band gap on top of each other. This can be a perovskite layer, this can be a 3-5 layer on top of silicon, and with this we have the possibility to increase to 29, 30 and higher percentages depending on the design of the cell. The key issue is, of course, to realize such a technology in a cost-efficient way. And in the last talk of today's session, we will hear more about this. Of course, there are many innovative approaches all along the whole value chain. I did not talk about materials, I did not talk about wafers, but we will hear the presentation of Stefan Reber from NextWave about innovative wafer technologies. I talked about PV technologies, but now I should as well talk about the system integration, because photovoltaics needs land and needs area. And of course, area is scarce in many parts of the world. Not always. We have lots of deserts and so on, which we can cover by PV. But of course, it is very innovative to go on water areas. We cannot go into the open ocean because the panels usually don't withstand waves, but we can go to all enclosed inland lakes. And this is, of course, very exciting. You see a very beautiful examples which I got from Stefan Schindele, who was at the time at Fraunhofer ISE, of floating PV installations. Another new way to install PV is to share PV with agriculture. As a matter of fact, climate change will lead to higher solar irradiance, and there are quite a few plants who are happy to have partial shading provided by PV. This PV can be installed in different ways depending on how much shading you want to have. But the key message is we can share the same area for photovoltaics and for agricultural use. And therefore, we really virtually have no limit in how much PV penetration can proceed worldwide. Europe has a very special place in this value chain because in Europe we have a big market. Of course, we are still lacking key components of the photovoltaic value chain. Most important, we are lacking the PV cells. We have the R&D, we have the materials, we have the wafers, we have as well module manufacturing, but we do not have at present large scale and large volume cell manufacturing. And this is something the European Solar Manufacturing Council, where that I chair together with Gaëtan Masson, who chaired the previous session in this fantastic conference. We are working on it to encourage companies and to convince politicians how important it is to establish a domestic photovoltaic industry. And the same holds for India, the same holds for the United States, for many countries in the world. This is the way we have to go. So I would like to finish my short introduction. The rapidly growing solar market shows disruptive innovations all along the whole value chain, as I discussed before. The core, of course, for photovoltaics is the cell technology, because there is a place where light is converted into electricity. We are experiencing the transition from the second generation PERC technology to the third generation with high efficiency technologies based on passivating contacts. And then the fourth technology, fourth generation, will be tandem cells, for which we still have several options open. A key question will be how quickly PV production will extend to go outside China to Europe, the US, Japan, and India. Today, we are at a very, very critical geopolitical situation. Talking from the point of view of Europe, we have problems with China, we have problems with the United States, we have problems with Russia. So the connection Europe, Japan, India stays outside these problematic relations, and therefore I think we have very exciting opportunities to work together in the future. This decade will be decisive because climate scientists show us that if we cannot manage to drastically reduce our CO2 emissions by 2030, we lose our last chance to seriously combat climate change. So this decade, the decade from 1920 to 1930, will be a decisive decade in which we need to push quickly large-scale deployment of renewable energy, introduction of green hydrogen based on renewable electricity, decarbonization of the whole economy, decarbonization of transportation. These tasks are waiting for us, and our contribution to this task will be the rapid decarbonization of the energy sector by the transformation to renewable energies. With this, I would like to thank you so much. We will experience, I hope, a European solar industry renaissance, and I'm looking forward to experience the same in India. Actually, from Europe, we are ready to grant our hand to India and to all our other countries that want to collaborate with us. Thank you so very much, and thank you for the attention to my introductory remarks. And I would like now to let me see. Okay, yes, it has already been switched, and I would like now to pass on the word to Gunther Erfurt. Gunther Erfurt is the CEO of Meyer Burger, and Meyer Burger has been one of the leading equipment suppliers for photovoltaic equipment. But about a few months ago, Gunther Erfurt, together with his board, made the very transformative, I would say, disruptive decision to say, we are not stopping at selling equipment. We are rather interested to set up the value chain down to making own cells and modules. And we are all very happy that Mr. Erfurt could take the time in his extremely busy schedule to be with us today. Thank you, Gunther, for coming.
Thank you, Eike, and I hope everybody can hear me. According to the schedule, I think my slot is very short, so I have 2 slides to share with you. And before I do that, I give you a quick introduction what Meyer Burger is. Meyer Burger is a Swiss headquartered company around since 1953. And since about 15 years, Meyer Burger has been one of the critical suppliers to the world's PV industry. It is an important part of our DNA that we have developed the ability to translate academic trends into industrially usable production technologies, and that's exactly what pushes technologies forward. Of course, in joint collaborations with leading academic institutes like Fraunhofer, CCM in Switzerland, CEINS in France, and many others globally, and of course also within many industry collaborations that we enjoy. And Meyer Burger has set a majority of industry trends in the past 15 years. So we are very proud to have pushed the current technology standard into the global industry, which is the PERC solar cell that Eike mentioned, developed by institutes and industrialized by Meyer Burger, and then it started its success journey from 2012 onwards. And now this technology cycle, as Eike outlined, is coming to its end of the technology cycle, and that of course poses the problem of less ability of the industry to further reduce levelized cost of electricity. And Meyer Burger has the answer because we have developed for 12 years now the next technology standard, and as Eike already said, we have made a decision also within the current global mega trends that we see that we will not continue selling production technology to third parties, but use our leading technology for implementing a vertically integrated cell and module manufacturing. And I'm hoping that I'm educated enough to share a few slides with you here. Let's give it a try. Hoping that this works. Eike, can you maybe give me a thumbs up if this can be seen? Very happy. So here we go. And the topic in this session is about disruptive technologies and what's coming next. And Eike already mentioned that next on the list of the academic world, but in the meantime also the industry, is a so-called heterojunction technology. It's a passivated solar cell technology that is actually pretty old already. It was developed already in the 80s by Sanyo and then later taken over by Panasonic. And since all the IP and patents have expired around the year of 2008, many companies have started trying to reinterpret this technology, try to improve it, to make it more cost effective and increase the performance. And I'm very proud of representing Meyer Burger today here, because we have put this on our agenda also already in 2008, and today can present a leading and industrially feasible technology that is ready for mass manufacturing. And what are the features? The technology efficiency, the cell efficiency, excuse me, is already reaching levels of above 24%. This is about 2% more than today's standard in PERC. I'm speaking about average efficiencies in mass manufacturing, not the best in class in the academia world. And there is still headroom. As Eike showed in his slide, technologically we can reach about 26%, and I'm absolutely convinced that this is a matter of the next few years. This technology does not only provide very high efficiencies at the cell level, it also has much increased energy yields, which is more important even than the pure efficiency. Today, the combination of Meyer Burger's heterojunction and together with our module technology, which is called Smart Wire, provides about 20% more electrical energy, solar energy, from the same area. And since area is going to be a constraint in future, we believe this is a very, very strong performance asset of this new technology. And low light sensitivity is much better. It's based on so-called N-type silicon. There is no degradation, which is super important for a long-lasting product like a solar module that's going to be in use for 25 plus years. And moreover, when we speak about, for instance, agro-photovoltaics using agricultural land for solar applications, there is an effect being discussed right now in the industry, which is the so-called bifaciality. So collecting sunlight from both sides of the module, and our technology, heterojunction technology, is able to capture more than 90% of additional light from the backside, comparing only 70% for this current standard technologies. And this makes a huge difference in terms of the energy yield. And the end customer benefits are also shown. I already discussed this. Higher efficiency reduces the downstream costs for a solar installation. A highly effective or highly efficient solar module requires less effort on the so-called balance of system side for all the components like frames, inverters, cables, and labor. The higher energy yield will provide a better levelized cost of electricity. We can do our part that solar energy is becoming even more competitive than it is already. And we chose the way of starting own manufacturing in Europe because we believe access to solar energy is something that needs to be in control of every nation. It should not be left to one region in the world only, as it is today, unfortunately. It's all in China, or primarily all in China and a few other players in Asia. There's no real manufacturing elsewhere in the world, and we believe there is a strong political interest also growing and more appetite coming for development of production capacities in every region. And Meyer Burger is ready to help with this. We have announced that we have announced a growth plan of growing to levels of 5 gigawatt and more, and would consider also to produce solar modules in other regions in the markets, directly in the markets, to avoid costly and carbon emitting logistics and shipments, and be directly involved in the growing markets globally. I think I should stop here, given that the time slot that's restricted, but I hope I could convey my message and introduce you to Meyer Burger a little bit, and I'm ready if there are any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Gunther, for presenting this very interesting approach of Meyer Burger. We have already a few questions for you, but I would like to collect all the questions to the end, and I would like to ask now Stefan Weber to give his presentation. We are now switching from crystalline silicon PV technology to wafer technology, and Stefan Weber will present a very innovative way to make crystalline silicon wafers. Mr. Weber, the board is yours.
Thank you very much, Eike. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present our next wave disruptive technology for producing of high performance, ultralight, low carbon footprint silicon wafers to you. So we have seen this graph already several times in this conference. It's not anyway very important to keep in mind. We are at the verge of a transition, a tipping point where we have to transit from carbon-based electricity and carbon-based power generation to renewable energy, which will take a high share of the energy market in the future. And the big question is photovoltaics, solar energy, solar electricity able to provide these thousands and thousands of gigawatts we need for this terawatt age? The answer is yes, as I will show you in the next slides, provided we will be able to implement more resource efficient and energy efficient technology for solar cells and modules in the future. So Gunther just had a good talk, and Gunther, thank you for this, showing that there are solar cell technologies available which can go to very high efficiency. So where's the issue? Where's the status and where's the issue? The issue is with the wafer. The wafer is produced currently in this manufacturing chain It's starting with a silicon-containing gas, the so-called chlorosilane. It's going over several process steps, which are either highly energy consuming, like polysilicon production, or ingot pulling, which works at 1,500 degrees roughly, or process steps which create a lot of waste, like cropping, bricking, and sewing, to produce finally a wafer which is not perfectly square. Usually it is pseudo-square. What happens here is, from 1 ton of silicon contained in this polysilicon, which was produced with a large energy consumption, you only can produce a bit more than half a ton of wafers. The rest, that's all waste, 450 kilograms of waste, which is useless. So this process step, that's the one weakness, is energy intensive, and it emits lots of CO2 during this process. Second problem, this wafer has limitations in quality. There are champion wafers which are perfect and can achieve very high efficiencies, but the average is limited in performance due to the growth process. And third, the thickness of these wafers is, or let's say more, the thinness of these wafers is limited. You can do wafers in mass production which are 120 micron or thinner. And that's what NextWave tackles. We radically simplify the wafer production and produce a high-performant wafer. How do we do it? We start with the same raw material. It's good, it's cheap, and it's of very high quality. We end with a wafer, our Epinex wafer, full square wafer. But in between, we skip all those process steps which consume large amounts of energy or produce large amounts of waste. In the end, this means from 1 ton of silicon now, which is contained in the chlorosilane, we produce nearly 1 ton of wafers, 950 kilograms of wafers, nearly eliminating any waste stream in this process. And this technology allows us to consume or to produce wafers with 70% less energy, emitting 70% less CO2. In addition, we can control the properties of each single wafer to make it a champion wafer. So we have all high-performant wafers in average. And third thing, we do not have any constraints in reducing thickness and harvesting those nice additional benefits Gunther just mentioned. We can easily produce 50 micron wafers. So how does cell processing benefit from these wafers? We enable cell manufacturers, that's very simple, to produce 26% efficient cells in average, not champion cells. All and any single cell will have this efficiency. In other words, we are not producing, as for example P-type mono is doing that, cells with 6.4 watts per wafer, but our wafer will have 7.2 watts. Doesn't sound much, but if you do the math and the additional benefit on the module, that's tremendous. And we did this calculation over here. We calculated the added value per wafer for different technologies. And the benchmark is what we currently see in the mass production, the so-called P-type monocrystalline wafer, which according to IGRPV will be sold or will be cost around $0.23 per wafer in some years. And if you compare that with our Epinex wafer, the additional efficiency sums up to 18 cents added value, which you can attribute to the wafer, benefiting to us and our customers. And this is amazing. It's nearly the wafer cost of a P-type mono wafer. In other words, this turns down to drastically reduced levelized cost of electricity, and this then drives and enables the terawatt age for photovoltaics. But there are further interesting fields of application which are not minor important. One is decarbonization of transport. Electromobility is also in transition currently from combustion engines to electric cars. And these cars need photovoltaics to be integrated on their roofs in order to extend their range. And car roofs are not flat, they are bent. You need photovoltaics, solar cells, which follow this curved shape. And we can do that. Normal thickness wafer would break. We can produce thinner wafer, and you see it here in this picture above. Those thin wafers are like paper. You can bend them with a very minimum radius. So we can integrate highly efficient solar cells in any shape on a car, and by this make an important contribution to electrification of the transport sector. Another sector is communication and education. And you need internet to reach all regions of the world, all those rural, including those rural areas where there are no cables. And SpaceX and Amazon, they are announcing that they will build a satellite-based internet of the future with thousands and 10,000s of satellite. Each of them needs power, solar power. It's impossible to provide this solar power with the current technology. It's far too expensive. But we can provide this energy by using lightweight, thin wafers to power up these satellites at reasonable cost. And by this, again, enabling another sector, communication and education over the world. So what is our roadmap? We start soon with providing and producing 120 micron so-called drop-in wafers, which are enabling a 24-cell efficiency in average. Soon after that, we will have made the work to produce 80, 70 to 90 micron solar Epinex wafers in order to produce even higher efficiencies in average. This feed into these new nice thin cell technologies like heterojunction or others. At the same time, and we will hear a talk of that by Chris in a minute, we enable tandem solar cells based on perovskites, which can have even higher efficiency, 30% efficiency. We will hear that by Chris. We will in parallel work and enable this market for flexible, lightweight solar cells, for space solar cells by producing these 50 micron thin wafers. And it's important to keep in mind, we can do 26% cell efficiency for flexible solar cells. Usually it's half or even less. And the ultimate goal, which we also will access, is tandem solar cells based on gallium arsenide. Our core competence is providing technology which is able to produce high quality semiconductor layers. Gallium arsenide is a high quality semiconductor layers. We can do that with our technology, and by this enable ultra high efficiencies in square kilometer area, and by this enable the transition which we need in the world. With this, I thank you very much for your attendance. Open for any questions later on.
Thank you so much, Stefan. This was a very interesting insight into innovations on the wafer level. And now we proceed, and it was actually already announced by Stefan Reber, even one step further on the innovation scale, going to a complete different materials technology. Chris Case from Oxford Solar will introduce perovskites-based solar cells. Thank you so much, Chris, for joining us today.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Eike, thank you. Welcome to all. No one managed to keep to their 8 minutes, but I have 8 minutes scheduled here. So anyway, the story has not changed. We need to decarbonize, and even the large oil companies agree. This is from Shell's Sky scenario, predicting the energy mix of the future will be 50% PV. That's great, right? Wrong. It's still not fast enough to meet the 2-degree climate change. So, but today, even with 119 gigawatts of new PV capacity installed last year, PV is still only 2% of the energy mix. Now, it's always about cost, and cost reductions in PV have been driven by 3 factors: efficiency improvements, manufacturing and productivity enhancements, and reduced material costs. But let me remind you of a not so obvious fact. In reality, the cost of the PV solar cell is only about 15% of the cost of a system. So reducing the cost of that cell by, let's say, 20% has only a small, maybe 3% impact on reducing the cost of the energy produced by that system. However, raising the efficiency of the solar cell by 20% is a nearly direct reduction on the cost of energy produced. So what's the problem? And we've heard a lot about that already. Silicon, with 95% of the market, is reaching its practical efficiency limit. And we can call it 26%. And however you deliver it, the heterojunction, TOPCon, or whatever, you're still going to hit that limit. So further substantial increases in efficiency are not possible. And after 65 or so years of development, there's not much cost reduction left in mainstream silicon PV. Perhaps Stefan Reber's solution would change that statement. Well, the good news, scientists back in 1960, Shockley and Kleiser, gave us a workaround in the form of a multi-junction device. Instead of this 26% practical limit, you would have a two-junction cell, you had a wide bandgap semiconductor, you can easily hit 30% or beyond. And of course, that's the beginning of this perovskite story. It's the synthetic material and its role in tandem solar cells. It's such a good absorber, it takes only 35 kilograms of perovskite to make a megawatt of PV compared to 7 tons of ordinary thickness silicon. With over 15,000 publications to date in the last decade, it's the most researched solar topic in the world. So Oxford PV is a 2010 spin-out of the University of Oxford. We're celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. And since 2014, we've focused exclusively on the development of perovskite materials for high-efficiency tandem solar cells. We've raised over 110 million pounds to date, and we'll be raising more. And again, we're trying to disrupt an industry with an annual turnover in excess of $200 billion. So here's Henry Snink, our co-founder, and this year's recipient of the Becquerel Prize there, announced yesterday for his work on perovskite-based PV. Congratulations to Henry. Below right is our R&D center in the UK, and above is our pilot line and soon-to-be manufacturing line in Germany outside of Berlin. We hit another milestone this year, over 300 patents. So we deposit our perovskite directly, the thin film technique, on top of standard silicon heterojunction solar cells, so thank you, to create a monolithic or two-terminal solar cell when finished. It can be assembled into standard modules, so we chose the silicon cell form factor for both commercial and technical reasons, making it compatible with the 95% of the world's PV that's silicon-based. Plug and play, we call it technology disruption without business disruption. So the challenge for any new PV technology to succeed is scaling, and this is particularly true for thin film. Scaling takes two forms. One is area, and the other is productivity. We were able to scale from small 1 centimeter squared research devices to over 250 square centimeter full-size cells while maintaining productivity and efficiency. There's nothing magic here. It's machines and automation which raise output and reduce defects. These are strong competencies that exist in many markets, including India. So since our last funding, we are building a complete tandem solar cell manufacturing line, the first of its kind, in our German facility with production equipment provided by our partner there, Meyer Burger, beginning next year. So cells by themselves are not interesting. We need modules. And standard 60-cell modules top out around 360 watts, might reach 400 watts in a few years, maybe a little bit more. But with the tandem solar cell approach, the first generation modules start at 400 and can go beyond 500 and even beyond 700 watts in bifaciality form in the same size and form factor. So we say where silicon ends, perovskite begins. Here's some examples of panels. On the left, assembled with a technique using electrically conductive adhesive. On the right, assembled with a technology called SmartWire from our partner Meyer Burger there on the panel. Some early field test data comparing PERC modules to perovskite tandem modules show stable performance, but the tandem panels performing particularly well as the temperature goes up, a benefit of lower temperature coefficient performance. Again, good for hot climates. Now, some comments on sustainability and the supply chain. Perovskite, completely synthesized from earth-abundant materials, all low cost, nothing rare. It contains lead, but the good news is there's plenty of lead available in the world. Of course, to comply with directives such as all PV panels must be recyclable, and perovskite panels can be recycled also. Now, these high-efficiency modules actually reduce the need for glass. saving 1 billion modules or 25 billion kilograms of glass for every terawatt of PV. And around 1 kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of glass, that's another 25 million tons of CO2 avoided. There we go. Speaking of lead, with less than 0.3 grams of lead per square meter, perovskite technology actually will generate lower lead emissions than conventional fossil fuels, reducing emissions by a factor of 2 over 20 years. In fact, the majority of lead emissions come from the manufacturing of the wires and connectors for PV. So far so good. If you're wondering about our roadmap, well, it takes us to 33% and beyond, with improvements expected to average around 1% absolute efficiency improvements per year. We've already demonstrated the necessary voltage, current, and fill factors separately for a 33% device. Now, the rest is integration engineering, and we have a great team in the UK to do that. So VSB has performed some energy yield calculations for us on a hypothetical 20 megawatt array in some various locations in Europe. And with these tandem modules, they generate more than 30% more energy in hot and sunny places such as Spain. Well, we have a plan on expanding to the gigawatt scale to further reduce the levelized cost of energy. And I hope you will help us join this quest. The world needs 2,000 gigawatt scale PV factories of any type, any material, to meet the projected demand for PV, 50% by 2050. And it's not just Spain. All climates will realize lower energy costs with this technology. The Bloomberg New Energy Finance has said solar is the cheapest form of energy in the world, cheaper than coal, and will be the lowest cost of energy, period. Right? What does that mean? Well, lower costs will drive faster adoption. Imagine reaching 50% PV by 2030 instead of 2050. With such low-cost electricity, we could provide energy access for the remaining 700 million people that lack it and do unthinkable things like desalination or heating and air conditioning for all. And this is truly disruptive technology. It took PERC 10 years to displace 50% of the incumbent back surface field PV tech. Perovskite could do to PERC what PERC did to BSF. So just a reminder, the future is all electric. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I think this was a very inspiring final talk in this innovative and disruptive technology session. May I just ask the following questions? When do you really expect that the production cells really exceed the good crystalline cells? You know, because you are still talking about levels of efficiency which are very common to the very best crystalline silicon cells. This would happen in the next 1 year, 2 year, you know, that you really have this efficiency advantage you are talking about. And the second question is, of course, is there any issue with reliability? If you have a tandem cell perovskite on silicon, did you already do the reliability test so that you can really promise a 20-year performance?
Okay, I get great questions, of course, and the kinds of questions we always get. And I can tell you that our research devices far exceed 28%. And the production devices are nearly the same, but nearly does not mean 28% today. So the production facility next year is slated to start with 26% devices, rising rapidly to 27%. But remember, unlike your silicon, which we still need, remember, as the bottom cell, we can go to 27, 28, 29, 30, all the way to
ceiling. Yeah.
And you can't get that. So as for the reliability question, we're still early days in terms of module testing, but on mini modules, all of our devices have passed at least a multiple of 3 of the basic IEC tests. Does that prove anything? No, but our field tests to date indicate stable results. So we have a reasonable degree of confidence. Of course, in the end, the module makers will have to prove out those things, but we see nothing intrinsic that's filling these devices. But anyway, we still need silicon. So I'm not speaking about eliminating silicon. We need as much PV as we can get in this world.
Yes, I fully agree. I could not agree more. Gunther, I would like to address one question to you. This is about recycling. I'm sure you have as well thought about what to do with PV modules at the end of their lifetime. Also, I must say the end of their lifetime might be much, much later than we all expect.
This is true, and it's also true that the recycling question is a relevant one. So there is number one now a second life market being established. So it's a very accessible source also for panels, and of course a bit cheaper to extend the life of a panel. I would not see a reason why a solar panel would have to be scrapped after 20 or 30 years. It has a little bit degraded, but with new technologies, what I explained, also switching to N-type and using more reliable module technologies, that can be further reduced. For the recycling purposes, there have technologies been developed that can pretty much completely recycle a module to put the glass back into glass garbage and recycle it, aluminum, the cables, and there are even technologies available where solar cells are being stripped back to wafers where the silver can be reused. It is a costly sequence, this I have to admit. So that's why the industry has today switched to basically taking off frames, taking off all metal parts, removing the plastics, and then put the more or less silicon containing components like the glass and the wafers back into recycling and not reuse it for photovoltaic purposes. So it's not damaging the environment, but it's a topic that we need to continue watching what's gonna be done with potential solar scrap in the future.
Thank you. And maybe a final question I want to direct to Mr. Weber. It's a question about the LCOE. We have now experienced the levelized cost of electricity down to 1.4 cents per kilowatt hour. Actually, the very latest number from Portugal is 1.1 cent per kilowatt hour. Do you want to say something where we are heading if we really employ all these technology innovations we have been talking about?
Yeah, thanks for this question. I think this is the most important question. Where are we heading with LCOE? And albeit the Portugal numbers are really impressive with 11 euros per megawatt hour, I think we can go much further. Together with these technologies, we heard today, let's say, over 30% efficiency. We are comparing that with a 22.5% efficiency, which is in average maybe in production. So in average, we don't have this nice 24%, we have much lower values. So we are able to nearly add 50% of this efficiency in future. So, and this directly converts to lower LCOE. I think we will see a marginalization of the electricity cost by photovoltaics far below 1 cent per kilowatt hour in these sunny markets and around 1 cent per kilowatt hour in regions like Germany.
Yes, and I think what we can expect is completely new economies based on the almost zero electricity costs, thinking about creating green hydrogen, power to gas, creating green ammonia and other materials. So I think it has not yet sunk into the brains of politicians and in the economic sector that we will have completely new economies which only make sense based on the low cost of electricity provided by solar electricity. And I think the announcement that soon solar electricity will become the lowest kind of making electricity on Earth is already achieved today in sun-rich countries, and then year by year the number of countries where we have these prices below 2 cents per kilowatt hour will increase. So I think what we hear today from our very distinguished speakers is really very encouraging, but the main message is photovoltaics is not a commodity. It is a very active, innovative field. We will expect further developments which leads to higher efficiencies at lower costs. So a lot will happen, and a lot will happen during this decade. So with this encouraging message, I would like to give back to the organizers I see Rajiv Shah is on, who wants to conclude the session. Otherwise, I will do this myself. And I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to thank all the participants who supplied their questions. Not all of them, of course, I could address here. And I would like to really congratulate the organizers for this excellent meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs.
I'll start again. Good evening, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs.
The translators are over here.
I may request the translator.
Good evening, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, welcome to the valedictory session of the first World Solar Technologies Summit. After the deliberations during the different sessions of this summit, it is time to present a roadmap for the way forward in promoting solar applications and the larger integration of solar energy in ISA member countries. We begin with the welcome address by His Excellency Mr. Upendra Tripathi, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Over to DG ISA, please.
Well, it has been a tremendous day, long enough, but it was worth it. The interesting things of seeing a car entirely made up of PV, or I mean, so many new things came up, new insights that actually tells about where the technology is heading for. It is, we didn't have enough time to cover the new horizons they pointed out about hybridization of not only photons in the sun rays, but also the heat component. There is tremendous possibilities, and the way things were put together, it really gives not only direction, but the magnitude of changes that are going to come. And valedictory, as usual, there is a little bit of nostalgia in this, because we had the inaugurals where we were lucky enough to get the message from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, and we had got a video message from the co-president of the ISA Assembly. We had several ministerial participation, and then of course we had the CEO session, which was tremendous, and in fact it was very interesting to see how diversity of CEOs view the things that we used to look at. And then we had 4 technical sessions. In fact, I must appreciate my colleague Philippe Malbranche, who put those sessions together in terms of, except in one case, which requires a lot more time. And we must give them time in the summit. Some of the companies, they really deserve to come back again. And today, of course, the Honorable Minister, Mr. Pradhan, who spoke in the morning and was kind enough to give us $5 million towards 5 corporate partners. We are very happy to welcome him second time here again. And Minister Piyush Goyal had some engagement. Hopefully he will join us. And Minister PM Thay, that is from Honorable Minister from Tonga, one of the most dedicated persons I have seen for renewable energy, and the sincerity he displays is tremendous. Once you meet him, you fall in love with him. And Honorable Minister K.A. Ahmed, Minister of Energy and Mining, Republic of Sudan, one of the most progressive personalities I have seen, and he wants to do so much for Sudan, and we are very lucky to have him here. And Mr. Suresh Prabhu, who is actually the Prime Minister's chauffeur to the G7 and G20, was willing to be present, but unfortunately he has gone out of India, and he has given a recorded message, which is good. Then, of course, we have the Honorable Secretaries here. Sanjeev Nandan Sai, he is the Secretary of Power, who is one of the heads one of the great ministries that help us a lot. And our Vice Minister and Secretary Indu Sekhar Chaturbedi, and I'm not going to make that mistake in the morning that I made. Sorry about that. And he heads the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, which is one of the oldest ministries in the world. 1983 it came up. And Mr. Rahul Chabra, whom actually I met in Nairobi, and the amount of interest he took to get Kenya into the ISA fold, and even he came back and joined here as Secretary here. He's having a look from a new, insights he's bringing in the ministry there, and still is so much, wants the ISA to expand and get more countries, and he knows really the field conditions, how things will come onto us. Mrs. Gauri Singh, the Deputy Director General of International Renewable Energy Agency, of course, is from the same service as we are, and we are very happy to, welcome her.
Delighted.
And Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, of course, she is a health CEO, but she runs a number of hospitals. But her addiction to solar is great. She talks about how we can actually take solar into health sector, like we talk about this thing. And of course, Dave Talk, I met him, twice, and he's a friend of Aisha, and we are very happy to welcome the Deputy Executive Director, International Energy Agency, and here it goes. So with this, I welcome you, everybody. In the morning, in fact, I read out a 10-point program, which was my way of welcoming the action agenda, but that I'm not going to repeat now. With this, I request Anchor to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now request Mr. Dave Turk, Deputy Executive Director and Head of the Strategic Initiatives Office, International Energy Agency, to present his address, please. Over to Mr. Dave Turk, please.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and Director General Tripathi, thank you for your very kind words. It's been a pleasure to work in partnership with you and your colleagues from the IA with the International Solar Alliance, and even before that we worked together in a variety of capacities as well. So thank you for your leadership. Honorable ministers from India and around the world, and again, congratulations on having such terrific representation from around the world for the discussion here today. Let me first congratulate the International Solar Alliance for organizing this important and timely, and I really underscore timely, summit. More than ever, concerted and urgent action is really needed to build momentum, to sustain momentum, to rebuild momentum, to take full advantage of this technological progress. It's been quite impressive, as the Director General was just stressing, the technological progress that we've seen. But there's so much further potential with solar to unlock that we need to work together to achieve. Over the past 10 years, we've seen this kind of momentum. We've seen this progress. We've seen the unparalleled deployment and a 10-fold cost reduction in solar PV. If I can leave you with just one nugget, and we're a data organization, in 2019, solar PV capacity additions accounted for almost half of the total growth of world power capacity. Let me just say that one more time, because I think it's one of those statistics that I think we all need to let sink in and fully appreciate in terms of solar's increase in potential. In 2019, solar PV capacity additions accounted for almost half of the total growth of world power capacity. That's a remarkable statistic, and something certainly the Solar Alliance should feel very proud about. And this tremendous progress has been spurred by ambitious policy, by ambitious leadership around the world, including in India, where solar has grown 8 times in just five years. And even through the COVID crisis, our numbers show that solar energy is proving to be very resilient. Our preliminary data for 2020 show that the world solar market will remain robust, even in these challenging times and circumstances. And our IA analysis also shows huge further potentials for solar, continued technology progress, increased efficiency, economies of scale, further decreasing costs, making PV the cheapest source of electricity and the fastest growing technology in many, many countries around the world, including in India. Now, solar may not need the high levels of incentive anymore, but it does still need policy frameworks that provide stable revenue streams to achieve affordable financing. To put it another way, a lack of policy certainty remains a barrier in too many countries, and something I know the Solar Alliance and others of us have been working on. Addressing system integration will become even more crucial to maintain electricity security at all times. In this respect, I want to praise India's leadership for fostering dispatchable solutions, including hybrid PV CSP systems. Urgent policy action is needed, especially to ensure affordable financing, including for solar thermal applications. This is true everywhere in terms of the need for affordable financing, but particularly in Africa, which so far has only 1% of all world solar installations, despite the huge potential of solar radiation falling in the African continent. And finally, we need to double down on innovation as well, including floating solar plants and green hydrogen. I'm happy to note the discussions conducted in this summit covered all of these crucial aspects and provided very useful, actionable insights. In 2 days from now, on Thursday, the IEA will publish our flagship Energy Technology Perspectives report, which will underscore the critical role of innovation, innovative solar technologies in combination with other key technologies, batteries, low carbon fuels, bioenergy. So I want to commend ISA's efforts to make new solar technologies available at affordable cost to everyone around the world. And the IEA looks forward to strengthening our collaboration even further with the ISA. For example, helping countries around the world implement national solar energy roadmaps based on our joint published guide, Solar Energy Mapping the Road Ahead. Working together to advance R&D, including in our IEA technology collaboration programs. Let me just conclude again by underscoring the importance of this particular moment that we're all living in. I know these are challenging circumstances, and certainly the IEA sends its best wishes to people all over the world who are suffering from the health consequences of COVID and the economic challenges of COVID. All the way back in March, the IEA, our executive director, Dr. Fatih Birol, laid down a call for governments around the world to put clean energy at the heart of COVID-19 recovery program. We then released a rigorous sustainable recovery plan working with the IMF and others, and convened ministers at our IEA Clean Energy Transitions Summit, including, of course, from India, ministers representing 80% of global energy consumption at this first ever meeting focused on clean energy transitions at that level at the IEA. Our world has, to put simply and to put starkly, a historic once-in-a-generation opportunity to set our global energy system on a sustainable and secure path to the benefit of all the world's people. So the IEA stands ready to work, to roll up our sleeves, to work with ISA, to work with India, all global decision makers, public and private, on a sustainable and prosperous recovery. It's not easy, but it's doable, and our analysis shows how you can get the benefits on economic recovery, on jobs, and on sustainability. It's within reach if we all work together and we all act now. So thank you again very much, not only for having the ISA be part of this historic session today, this summit, but also for all the partnership with the International Solar Alliance and all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turk. I now request Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals and President, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to present the industry perspective to the August gathering, please. Over to Mrs. Reddy, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and namaste. I congratulate the International Solar Alliance for bringing together leading luminaries of the world who dare to dream big, who dare to dream with a heart, and who dare to dream for the sake of the future. The summit has heard leaders from across governments, corporates, and the scientific world on how they can translate their vision into reality. Each person here in the audience and on the panel and among the organizers is here because we believe in solar and in a sustainable future world. It has indeed been a great pleasure and a wonderful experience to interact and listen to all the eminent dignitaries and esteemed guests from across the world, especially the scientific community, whose hard work has made it possible to use solar energy in many ways and in many forms. India is a country of 1.3 billion sun worshippers, and solar energy is set to transform the way we work, the way we look at solar itself, including residential, public, agriculture, commercial, industrial uses, and of course, the one closest to my heart, which is healthcare. We can now witness increasing contribution of solar energy in multiple sectors, including transport, cooling, heating, lighting, irrigation, and excellent work, scientists, proactive industrialists, thought-provoking government, and of course, leadership like those leaders of the ISA. I want to especially congratulate our secretaries who are here today, our Honorable Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, and of course, Mr. David Turk, Gauri Singh, and of course, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, Director General of ISA. The climate emergency is really upon us, and we need to act now. Renewables are often touted as a major part of the solution for climate change, which are not only readily available today, but the costs are increasingly competitive and are forecast to be reducing significantly in the future. And we've heard much meaningful deliberation on this topic. A recent study predicted that investments in renewable energy generation would result in a return of 34% if you accounted for reduced health costs alone due to reduction in air pollution. A few percentage addition of renewable could reduce the healthcare costs by billions. These economic benefits to healthcare come from the transition to renewable generation, which are in addition to the known economic benefits of the energy industry and the value to the planet. Not so long ago, solar power was the dream of a few who were ahead of the curve in terms of the environmental movement. It appeared to be an option for the wealthy and for those who had committed themselves to environmentalism. Solar power has been steadily on the rise around the world, and fossil fuel has become increasingly scarce. We can now see the adoption of solar power increasingly, not just for its benefits to the environment, but also because it is sustainable and it is cost effective. Expectations of solar energy are high, and in 2019, the world witnessed an increase of over 160 gigawatts in renewables, and while the coal, gas, and power plants have been moving steadily downwards. It was in that significant year that India and our Honorable Prime Minister signed the epic agreement in Paris, and today, India is firmly set on that path. The tremendous increase in the use of solar power due to the combination of simple economics on one side and global policy change on the other. The use of non-renewables in the form of fossil fuel has grown expensive and the renewable price has come down. This is where this tremendous dynamic shift and revolution is happening. Initially, the climate change migration was the primary rationale, and years of policy were there to support renewable energy development. But now we see a multitude of technological marvels, from the adoption of solar panels to generate electricity to becoming an important catalyst for mass adoption of green energy. And we see solar technological exchange as agreements and changes which will build better infrastructure for renewable energy. Technology can increase the efficiency of solar energy, which in turn will bring down the cost. And technology is not the only area where we need innovation, but we also need to establish better financial support and solutions for solar financing and better policy. The global private sector has shown an interest to invest in solar R&D in India. However, flexible and innovative financing will help enhance the commitments in this field. Strategies are being adopted by solar-rich countries, which can help lead the way for other countries. And I look forward to ISA playing an even larger role in facilitating innovation in technology and financing and the evolution of policy as a decisive step in the direction becoming a game changer in the field of solar energy. ISA can help countries to reap the benefit by developing these innovative policies, deploying business models, catalyzing innovative financing, and creating collaboration between countries and companies, between the scientific world and the corporate world, in which ISA can help to forge these relationships and become a pivot in achieving universal energy access and making solar central to an inclusive, sustainable, cleaner, and safer society and future. The faster solar can be applied, the better it will be. Let me conclude by thanking ISA once again for giving FICCI an opportunity to work together in this historic summit. I must congratulate ISA, all its members across the world, for this remarkable feat of moving through and having this outstanding conference despite COVID. We remain committed as a country. I remain committed as an individual, and my company and the organization FICCI and our multitude of members are committed to this as well. We will work closely with ISA to bring innovation to the forefront and access to solar energy to all for a safer, greener, and more sustainable future for everyone. Thank you very much, and all the very best to everyone who has committed themselves to this wonderful cause. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I now request Ms. Gauri Singh, Deputy Director General, International Renewable Energy Agency, UAE, to set the context for this session, please. Over to Ms. Singh, please.
Thank you so much. And at the outset, I'm sorry, there seems to be some technical glitch wherein I can't share the video. But let me start by addressing the honorable ministers who are here in the session. Director General ISA, Shri Upen Tripathi ji, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The global pandemic and the economic crisis it has triggered has given us a trailer of what the climate crisis could be like. The health crisis allowed the world to hit a pause button and reimagine the future. The energy system we need is within our grasp. And yet, in response to the current health and economic crisis where governments across the world have announced in excess of $8 trillion in stimulus packages, we see that energy is not often prioritized. IRENA's recent cost report shows that in many countries, new capacity added in renewable power in 2019 costs less than the cheapest new thermal plant. This may very well be the critical tipping point in the energy transition. Let me put this in perspective. If we were to retire 500 gigawatts of the least competitive existing thermal plants and replace them with solar PV and wind, we may end up not just reducing cost of power, but it would yield a stimulus of 940 billion over and above past year's solar PV and onshore wind deployment, which is an equivalent of about 1.1% of the global GDP. The capital needed to invest in the future we need is available. IRENA analysis shows that around $10 trillion of unsustainable energy related investments are planned between now and 2030. The challenge is to ensure that it's channeled into building a more sustainable and prosperous future and not into bailing out the past. We are all aware that government funds can leverage private investments by a factor of 3 to 4 and should be used strategically to nudge investment decisions and financing in the right direction into renewable power broadly, solar PV specifically, grid infrastructure, electrification of end-use sectors, and energy efficiency. And in this context, let me congratulate the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, India, and the ISA for the very transformative initiative of One Sun, One World, and One Grid. Initiatives like this can truly fuel energy transformation. Investments in energy with the need to keep global warming well below 2 degrees centigrade in line with the Paris Agreement brings immediate job creation benefits, a much needed boost in these times of economic uncertainty. Along with sustainable energy future, the transition promises new patterns of socioeconomic development. The changing investment focus has the potential to increase jobs in renewables to 42 million globally by 2050, 4 times more than today. Environmental and health benefits along with broad improvement in people's welfare could be felt in every region. And the best news is that the envisaged transformation could effectively pay for itself, with every dollar spent bringing returns between $3 and $8. These, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, provide compelling arguments for placing energy transformation with solar occupying a place of pride at the heart of economic recovery. And with this, let me thank ISA, whom we partner very closely with, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts at this very important summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Singh. I now request Sri Rahul Chhabra, Secretary ER, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to present the special address, please. Over to Mr. Chhabra, please.
Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, good evening. I am absolutely delighted to be speaking at this first edition of the World Solar Technology Summit, organized by the International Solar Alliance. I congratulate the ISA for embracing the challenge of bringing the world together for a prolific dialogue on technology on a virtual medium. On behalf of the Ministry of External Affairs, I congratulate the ISA for developing an action-oriented dialogue through this World Technology Solar Summit. Throughout this evening, we have witnessed stakeholders from scientific community, thought leaders, and industry actors join forces and deliberate upon technology-led solutions in these challenging times. I'm happy to note that the summit has witnessed high-level participation, including from ministers, Nobel laureates, members of academia, experts, innovators, and business people. This is a true testimony to the potential of the organization as it finds a larger role for itself on the world stage. I am also happy to note that the task of universalization of the membership of the ISA has been successfully accomplished. The entering into force of the amendment to the Framework Agreement of the ISA has opened its membership to all member countries of the United Nations. Today, the ISA boasts of 87 signatories and 68 member countries. With the opening of the membership, our membership drive is certainly going to gain further momentum. The Government of India has been working towards fulfilling the Prime Minister of India's vision of one sun, one world, one grid that Gauri just referred to, for India to replicate its global solar leadership by encouraging the phased development of a single globally connected electricity grid to leverage the multiple benefits of ever lower cost renewable energy. The ISA is expected to play a substantial role in this initiative. The Ministry of External Affairs, in collaboration with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, has been working towards ensuring access to affordable solar technology for everyone by facilitating concessional financing and low-risk finance for solar projects across countries. You may recall that the Prime Minister of India had announced nearly $1.4 billion worth of lines of credit covering 27 solar projects in 15 countries. You will be happy to note that despite the disruptions caused by the ongoing pandemic in nearly all aspects of modern life, these projects are progressing well and have not subsided in their implementation. I am also happy to convey that as part of the Government of India's development partnership, courses on solar technology under the MEA's iTech program were successfully conducted for the participants from the ISA member countries at the National Institute of Solar Energy in 2019. I can assure you that these courses will resume in the post-COVID period. I thank you once again for your participation in the signature event and hope that this promising initiative of the ISA will continue to bear rich dividends in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now request His Excellency Shri Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to present the special address, please. Over to Mr. Chaturvedi, please.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, good evening. I consider it a privilege to have been present during the discussions in this first World Technologies Summit organized by the World Solar Technology Summit organized by the ISA. We all know and understand that it is technology that has driven down costs of producing solar energy, making it affordable and competitive to conventional forms of energy. And there is no doubt that it is technology that will enable further scaling up of solar energy production, diversification of decentralized solar solutions, and integration of solar energy into the grid. I also believe that the International Solar Alliance, or ISA, has a critical role to play in both facilitating innovation in solar technology and wider dissemination of new solar technologies. I compliment the ISA for organizing this summit, which has seen discussions that are informative, enriching, and which also give us greater hope for future. Globally, solar energy is the fastest growing mode of renewables. In the year 2019, a total of 627 gigawatt grid-connected solar PV capacity contributed to around 2.8% of global electricity production. The rapid improvement in efficiencies and per watt cost of solar cells is primarily a result of improvements in materials and manufacturing processes. Solar module prices in 2019 were barely a tenth of the prices in 2010. Technological breakthroughs have also led to a number of decentralized end-use applications that are within the cost-competitive realm. Ongoing work in new materials such as perovskite promises to revolutionize the sector further in the coming years. Also, innovations for large-scale solar energy for industrial heating and cooling could contribute significantly to reducing our carbon footprint. India's renewable energy journey has also been exciting, particularly in solar energy. In the last 6 years or so, while the country's renewable energy installed capacity has increased about 2.5 times, its solar installed capacity has increased more than 13 times. This, by all accounts, is a remarkable achievement. We have also increased the share of non-fossil energy sources in our power generation capacity to 134 gigawatts, or about 35% of our total installed capacity. Greater deployment of solar energy hinges on making it more stable and dispatchable. Breakthroughs in energy storage technologies could be a key to realizing this. There is great expectation in this regard. Many storage technologies, including lithium-ion battery technologies, have shown promise as affordable and efficient means to achieving uninterrupted dispatchable solar power. Many countries are also exploring means to convert solar energy to green hydrogen, use it for a variety of clean energy and industrial applications. We in India have been adopting graded approach and focusing on partial
will be permitted to install rooftop solar up to their load, connected load to the grid. And the distribution companies will have to make all efforts to ensure that this happens, and the appropriate regulatory commissions have been requested to make policies for the tariff. The Ministry of Power has been continuously supporting the Ministry of MNRE and the ISA through its various parastatals. For example, our 3 public sector undertakings, the REC, the NTPC Limited, and the Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, are ISA's corporate partners and are actively engaged in implementation of ISA programs. Projects and activities of NTPC has been selected as the project management consultant for implementation of solar parks program for implementation of solar demonstration projects in 47 LDCs and SIDs, member countries of ISA. The Energy Efficiency Limited, another parastatal, has successfully experimented with the aggregation model of procuring LED bulbs in India, and ESL has assisted ISA Secretariat in undertaking demand aggregation and inviting international competitive bids for price discovery of solar water pumping systems and solar home systems. We are really happy that ISA, through its corporate partners, is facilitating reduction in cost of solar technology in ISA member countries. In the end, I would like to congratulate the ISA for successfully organizing the first World Solar Technology Summit. The summit provided some very valuable insights into latest happenings in the solar sector across the world and the way ahead for solar sector and power sector in general. I'm also happy to note the impetus laid by various global CEOs on going green, with solar complemented by other technological innovations such as storage, etc. I congratulate the entire team of ISA and others who have made this summit a success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request the team to play the video address by Shri Suresh Prabhu, Prime Minister of India Sherpa, to the G7 and G20.
It's a very important event that is taking place. Solar energy, if harnessed properly, can meet each and every person's demand globally. Each and every segment of society can be fully satisfied with energy demand only from solar source. But to harness that energy from shining sun to bringing it to homes and factories and other places needs technology. And technology can transform not just solar energy scene but the entire energy scene of the world. Some facets of that: how to improve the solar panel efficiency, how to make sure that concentrated solar power can be harnessed more, how can we use more solar thermal, and that too probably without using too much of water. How can we make sure that solar energy can be stored in a very significant quantity for a longer period in a cost-effective manner? How can we use solar energy can be used on a handhold like this? Can we not use energy and keep it here so that whenever I need I can use it? These are the kind of new challenges which are going to be addressed by the technology. To make it affordable, to make it universal, to make it reach every home, not to have any climate change related issues, no carbon footprint. These are the kind of technological solutions we need. And thanks to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we now have an International Solar Alliance, which is an intergovernmental body. Many countries are joining from all parts of the world. That makes it a truly global platform to bring in best technological minds together to address twin challenges of energy and environment at the same time. This one technological breakthrough that we will make is going to change the face of the world. The sun is a real source of energy. Sun rises every day. Sun is the primary source of energy which really created other sources of secondary energies. Therefore, I wish you all the best. International Solar Alliance is a very vibrant and a very forward-looking body which I am sure is going to transform the world. But to do that, the most important contribution will come from the technologies like you. This is the first summit of its kind, and I offer you my best wishes. I can clearly see that with only one your intervention, you are going to save the human race for future. You are going to save the biological life from extinction. You are going to reduce the cost of adaptation, which is going to run into billions of dollars. You are going to save the world from natural catastrophes, because if the climate change can be reversed, the catastrophes will still happen, but not at the same magnitude, at the same scale. So let me offer you my best wishes. I'm very happy as a champion of solar energy for all my life. I'm very happy to see all of you working on it. As a former power minister, I'm very happy to see that what you're doing. As a former environment minister, I'm happy that you're going to save the environment. Thank you very much.
and exchanging of different experiences all over the world. This is quite important and unique for us in Sudan, in this African country, being enriched with a lot of natural resources supporting this unique development of solar energy. We believe that solar energy could be leading the development of our country and all the other countries like us in suffering of lack of energy for many, many years. Having the honor to chair the session towards grid decarbonization, and we had the opportunity to exchange a lot of information there. And as I said, it is quite essential and important for us to keep following and always, make use of all the technology that we are learned today. In our recent master plan for renewable, we have updated the renewable energy plan. And we had to focus on renewable and especially solar, where we have, in our country, the big, potential for that. We had a lot of studies being made, and we have now included in our master plan the confirmed, recognized 2,500 megawatt solar energy in our what do you call plan for the coming 15 years. And we would like to go ahead to try to change the life of our people. We have only 37% access to energy at this time, and we have the challenge in order to change that one. I noticed that Mr. Rajiv Shah said when he was introducing me that yes, I have a lot to do in solar energy, and I would like to do that as consistently as possible in order to change the life of our people. Thank you very much again, and I would sincerely hope that with the support of the ISA and all the members we have seen here, like important and strong support of the International Energy Agency, for example, and others, we can expect more such unique and important events in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now request His Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, the African Union Commission, to present the special address, please. Over to Mr. Abu Zaid, please.
Go ahead, I think technical problem. So go ahead to the next speaker.
I now request His Excellency Mr. Pouassi Matale Teh, Minister for Meteorology, Energy, Information, Disaster Management, Environment, Climate Change and Communications for Tonga, and Vice President for ISA Pacific Region, ISA Assembly, to present the keynote address, please. Over to His Excellency Mr. Teh, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Vice Presidents, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Mr. Upentra Tripathi, Director General of ISA, distinguished guests, participants from across the globe, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to you all from the government and people of the Kingdom of Tonga. And it is indeed a great honor to be with you from 149 countries to meet you in this historical virtual First World Solar Technologies Summit. First of all, I'd like to thank the Director General of ISA and his staff for organizing this important summit. This unique summit has given us the opportunity to learn about the vision for the future and the pathway to achieve the future. The interplay of technology combined with increased multilateral cooperation have ensured that technology developments are spread across the globe and not only limited to few regions. It is the interplay of technology development led by various countries that enable countries like Tonga to participate in this clean energy transition process through increased use of solar energy. The summit gave us the opportunity to meet virtually with top key stakeholders, the leading academic scientists, technology developers, researchers and innovators, and respected industry leaders to present and discuss the recent highlights of solar technologies in cost, technology developments, technology transfers, challenges and issues in the field. Tonga, as you know, is the second most vulnerable country in the world. to natural disaster, but that it did not discourage Tonga from setting up an ambitious target of achieving 50% renewable energy generation by 2020. But for the delay due to COVID-19 pandemic, we were well on our way to meet the deadline. Our respective countries each have a renewable energy target for the coming years. For the Asia-Pacific region, solar energy plays the most technically means of reaching these targets. And if we continue to reduce the cost and improve the efficiency of this technology, then potentially solar energy will replace many other sources of energy. Solar energy being the most accessible, reliable, affordable, and sustainable source of energy in the world, and could alleviate the challenge of costly and environmentally damaging fossil fuel for power usage that have threatened the existential survival of not only the Asia-Pacific islands in terms of climate change and sea level rising, but also vulnerable island countries around the world. The technology development and innovations in solar technology has enabled us to harness solar energy for applications in solar, health, and rural development sectors. It is in this context that the International Solar Alliance will play a leading role going forward in ensuring transfer of knowledge and capacity and for providing technical assistance to various member countries. I am confident that with platforms such as these, we all will be able to witness the important technology developments across the globe, which we can explore in close collaborations with ISA. I am happy to be part of this large ISA family, and I am sure that together we can achieve our goals of universal energy access and combating climate change. I thank you all for your time. Malo.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are very privileged to have with us today His Excellency Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Steel, Government of India. I now request Mr. Pradhan to please address the gathering. Over to Mr. Pradhan, please.
Honorable Ministers from various ISA member countries, my ministerial colleagues Sri Piyush Goyalji, Sri Suresh Prabhu, TM Sherpa to G7 and G20, Director General ISA Sri Upendra Tripathi ji, distinguished speakers, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am delighted to join the valedictory session of the first Global Solar Technology Summit. I understand you had very productive and stimulating discussion to address the existing gaps in the application of solar power technologies in the unmet demand for these technologies in the most countries. We are now facing unprecedented challenges due to COVID-19 pandemic. The very fact that we are meeting virtually is unprecedented. Despite this, we are able to meet effectively, turning a challenge into an opportunity. 2020 has so far been watershed year as the global pandemic has imposed severe constraint on social and economic activity, particularly on mobility, with service impact on energy use globally. While the immediate economic impact may slow us down, however, this allows us to rethink and redesign a new and faster transition to low carbon future. Before the pandemic, global energy systems have been transforming at an unprecedented pace. Two global agreements of 2015 on sustainable development and climate change had initiated a new energy paradigm, bring the renewable to the center of the energy discourse. The reduced global energy demand resulting from the COVID-19 has presented certain challenges for the renewable sector. Renewables are not immune to the COVID-19 crisis, but are more resilient than other fuels. The share of renewable in global electricity supply reached nearly 28% in the first quarter of 2020, up from the 26% during the same period in 2019. I believe that we are in the midst of the global renewable energy revolution, and solar is central to it. Excellency and distinguished delegates, Before I touch on how Indian oil and gas companies are gradually transforming themselves into energy companies with a clear vision to transition to cleaner energy, including solar power, allow me to cite several initiatives that are promoted actively by our government. Let me assure you that India is fully committed to reducing the emission intensity of its GDP by 33 to 35% from 2005 levels. We in India are in the midst of the major transformative shift in our energy sector, both in scale and complexity, and also the interdependence across the different systems. The trajectory to end energy poverty in India, as compared to the rest of the world, is rapid, as we are still consuming only 1/3 of the global energy average in our consumption. Honorable Prime Minister Modi has envisioned a clear roadmap for India's energy future, which rests on 5 key enablers: energy availability, accessibility to all, energy affordability to the poorest of the poor, efficiency in energy use, energy sustainability to combating climate change as a responsible global citizen, and energy security for mitigating the global uncertainties. Our government is committed towards a clean energy which extends beyond just electricity. We have focused on improving the ease of living of the common people by enhancing access to clean cooking fuel, which we have called the Blue Flame Revolution. LPG has served as a catalyst for the social change and an instrument for ending energy poverty among the most deserving among our people. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, India was clear on one thing: the poor have to be protected. The Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, Prime Minister's welfare scheme for the poor, is among the largest support systems seen anywhere globally. Free cooking gas is being provided for around 80 million families. We have planned to achieve 40% electricity generation from non-fossil fuel-based energy resource by 2030. One of the pillars of this plan is to ambitious target of 175 gigawatt of renewable capacity by 2022 and aim to achieve 450 gigawatt by 2030. Technological advance from your fraternity have dramatically pulled down the per unit cost of the power. New technologies like floating solar, offshore wind, wind solar hybrid and storage will play a crucial role in India attaining this target. We made significant progress towards meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goal 7 on delivering energy access. Excellency and distinguished delegates, energy transition by way of decarbonizing the economies is drawing mixed reaction globally. I firmly believe the energy transition is irreversible and it will move with renewed vigor during the COVID and beyond. The biggest game changer in our drive to bring about greater environmental sustainability and flexibility in the energy system in India is through the rapid development of natural gas in our energy mix, by increasing its share in our energy mix from current 6% to 15% by 2030. India's move to transform into a gas-based economy is in the line with the commitment made at the Paris meeting on the climate change, which aims to reduce the country's carbon emission by up to 35% from 2005 levels by 2030 and producing 40% of the power from non-fossil fuel source by 2030. One nation, one gas grid, as envisioned by Prime Minister Modi, is being developed. LNG terminal capacity is being augmented to increase to 50 million metric ton. As an estimated $60 billion investment is lined up in the developing gas infrastructure covering pipelines, city gas distribution and LNG regasification terminals. As part of National Gas Grid, another 17,000 kilometer pipeline network has been approved, authorized by PNGRB. The city gas distribution network is also expanding rapidly, with over 70% of the country's population spread across 28 states and union territories to cover soon. Our 14 million PNG connections are envisaged and 10,000 CNG stations will be put up. LNG is being promoted as a transport fuel by long-haul trucking along expressway, industrial corridors, and inside mining areas. We have digitally launched the Indian Gas Exchange, which is country's first nationwide online delivery-based gas trading platform to enable the nation to move towards free market pricing of natural gas. Our oil and gas companies are investing in renewable energy projects for the self-consumption and supplying to the grid. They are promoting biofuels on a mass scale with target of 20% ethanol blending in petrol and 5% of biodiesel by 2030. We have a target to create 15 million metric ton of compressed biogas per annum by 2023 under Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportation SATAT program. With assured price for entrepreneurs and offtake guarantee by oil marketing companies, these plans will help to tackle renewable agricultural waste burning. I see prospect of development of solar technology to drive these projects. Excellency and distinguished delegates, allow me to touch a few key announcements made by oil and gas industry of India earlier in the day to firmly support the solar and solar energy sector. 5 public sector undertakings under my Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry have agreed to join ISS Coalition of Sustainable Climate Action as a corporate partners and also contribute to ISS Corpus Fund. ONGC, IOCL, BPCL, HPCL, and GAIL represent the entire spectrum of Indian oil and gas sector. In addition, the Indian oil and gas companies would increase their current installed solar power capacity of 275 megawatt by an additional 60 megawatt during the year. We have taken up mission of solarizing about 50% of fuel stations owned by PSU companies in the next 5 years. No one can predict how the energy system of the future will look and operate, but it is clear it will be unprecedented by renewables. International cooperation is a key drive for making this a reality. COVID-19 challenges the fundamental assumption of our life. The urgency of a revolution in green energy continues to gain in greater importance. COVID-19 presents yet another opportunity to design a new and faster transition to a low carbon future. ISA is eminently placed to drive this process. I am confident that the deliberation held today will advance the perspectives, facilitate effective partnership, and develop innovative solutions to the many challenges we are facing in solar technology. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is an honor to have with us today His Excellency Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Railways, Commerce and Industry, Government of India. I request Mr. Goyal to deliver the valedictory address and share his vision. Over to Mr. Goyal, please.
Thank you, Madam. All the distinguished ministers from different countries, my very good friend and brother, Dharmendra Pradhanji, Honorable Minister for Petroleum, Natural Gas and Steel, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, and all the distinguished participants at this very important first World Solar Technologies Summit 2020 being held amidst COVID and all the challenges associated with it virtually. It's indeed a pleasure to see a lot of old friends, though only on the screen today. But I must mention a particular thanks to our colleagues from France for jointly carrying forward this initiative of the International Solar Alliance, which we had started in Paris in 2015. I still remember the COP21 summit when over 190 nations from across the world had got together and agreed upon what I believe is the most important collective decision taken in several years to work towards a cleaner and better future for our world, to decide what each country would do to bring down their carbon emissions to the INDCs that each one of us have adopted, and to collectively agree that it shall be the global responsibility of all stakeholders to address this very pressing challenge of climate change. France and India are both democratic nations sharing a strategic partnership in several areas, be it defense, energy, space, security. But I think our partnership on renewable energy and the Solar Alliance has a special place for the leaders of the two countries and for the people of the two countries. And I'm delighted now that the International Solar Alliance has found acceptance in over 100 countries around the world. And I can clearly see the ISA playing a very, very important role in the days and years to come. India, of course, has made rapid strides towards meeting our INDCs. We've expanded our renewable energy, whether in solar, whether in wind, significantly in the last 5 years. And my good friend, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, has made certain game-changing and absolutely transformational initiatives to introduce the gas economy in India in a big way. I think the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, coupled with a transition to the gas economy in the intermediate, will be the right way forward to promote the collective effort of the world to bring down carbon emissions. In fact, in our own engagement with the power sector, particularly for the rapid ramp up and down of our electricity grid to accommodate greater and greater degrees of renewable energy, particularly since solar energy, wind energy, all of these are sources which are not a flat curve. They have their ups and downs, they have their periods of high generation and low generation. And therefore, gas provides that buffer, gas provides that transition, gas provides cleaner energy than coal or diesel, and helps us to meet the emergent needs to balance our grid and keep the grid stable for greater and greater degree of transition to renewable energy. And I think the best part about India's own engagement with clean energy is that we are not working in silos. We are not working one against the other or one replacing the other. We are working with a collective mindset, breaking all departmental divisions and working to support each other to finally achieve a cleaner future for our future generations. In fact, the mankind today that we all are a part of was created by fossil fuels. I think our tomorrow needs to be sustained by renewable energy. And that's the effort that the International Solar Alliance is trying to promote all across the world. I'm absolutely certain that as we transition to the next phase of renewable energy, particularly given the low prices that have been discovered, but in India through our transparent auction and in other parts of the world, I have no doubt in my mind that what our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi envisioned in terms of a global grid is going to be seen by all of us on this call in our lifetime. I visualize before me a world grid with transmission lines crossing oceans such that we can transmit energy throughout the world, and the sun with all its grandeur and beauty always shines in some part of the world or the other. Wind always gives its benevolence in the form of energy in some part of the world or the other. Water, through hydel energy, provides source of power at different points of time in different parts of the world. And I see before me an interconnected grid across the world, so that in our peak hours, an African nation may be giving us power generated by solar in Africa, or a European nation may be giving us power generated through wind or hydel during their lean hours and our peak hours. And at other times of the day, India, which has a demonstrated capability to go up to 745 gigawatt of solar energy alone, will be providing power possibly to Japan or possibly to some other parts of the world in their peak hours, when we will be generating large amounts of renewable energy. And in that interconnected grid, I can visualize a situation where power will almost become free. Something like what I believe the Singularity University has predicted. Tony Seba at his Singularity University lecture has talked about power being available for the asking across the world through clean sources. And that is the day that I believe the International Solar Alliance should work towards. And I'm sure with the collective wisdom and collective vision of all the member countries of ISA, that day is not very far. That day is in the realm of possibility. Just like Prime Minister Modi brought out his book, Convenient Action, many years ago in response to Vice President Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth, I believe India and France will lead the way, along with all our member country friends, in showing the world that the future can be run by clean energy. The future can protect the environment, can protect the environment degradation that we are seeing all over the world. And this immense potential to harness clean energy, whether through solar, hydel, wind, waste to energy, part of it coming through our gas economy. All of these will help us in this transition for the future. I am sure the reality, the stark reality, which faces us, all of us in our face, of a dangerous future if we do not set our house in order, will force nations around the world to become more conscious, more energy efficient, and more responsible citizens of the globe. And going forward, we will have no choice but to be pure in our sources of energy, and to be sure that we all participate in making this future happen and secure a better future for our children of tomorrow. As they say, the sun is the resource of today for the power of tomorrow. And solar energy and the new technologies that all of you are working towards will certainly power our tomorrow, moving mountains, as they say, to make the world a cleaner and better place to live in. My congratulations to all the member countries of the International Solar Alliance, to Mr. Upendra Tripathi, the Director General, to all the countries who have joined as associates, to all the corporations who are sponsoring the various initiatives of ISA, and to our partner, France, for the successful launch of this very first World Solar Technologies Summit. Let us all join hands together to harness the infinite power of the sun. Sun, which is called Suraj in India. Suraj as in S-U-R-A-J. S reflecting stable, U reflecting unconditional, R reflecting renewable, A reflecting affordable, and J reflecting justice. Suraj, the sun, which stands for stable and unconditional, renewable source of energy at affordable prices to ensure a just future for the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My best wishes to all of you. Stay safe, stay healthy. Let us all work together in the same spirit of partnership that we are demonstrating in our fight against COVID. Let us continue this spirit of partnership, of collaboration, of cooperation in our fight against climate change, in our collective effort to promote solar energy, clean energy. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now request Mr. Philip Malbranche, Director Program Implementation, International Solar Alliance, to present a vote of thanks on behalf of the ISA Secretariat. Over to Mr. Malbranche, please.
Yes, I would like to be able to start my video, please. Okay, thank you. So good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, depending on where you are located. I'm delighted to deliver this vote of thanks for this first World Solar Technology Summit organized by ISA with the help of FECI. I can report that we had a very impressive set of nice presentations. Ministers, commissioner, Nobel laureates, world pioneer, CEOs, directors, scientists, and our partnering organization also. So on behalf of ISA, I would like to express my thanks to all of them. How to sum up all what was said? It's difficult, but I would insist on the permanent need for increased awareness about solar energy, the need for an optimal integration in the whole energy system, with a systemic vision, and considering the urgency of the climate crisis with a collective implementation as quick as possible. Many people can already afford solar in a cost-effective way. We have to make it affordable everywhere for most applications by everybody. Secondly, I would like to thank our audience. We need the speaker, we need an audience. So 26,000 registration, thousands of guests in our session, more than 150 countries. Also a special thanks to our national focal points. So that's very stimulating to go further, and also very demanding. Thirdly, and lastly, I would like to thank our DG, my ISA colleagues, for some of them being fully involved full-time for several weeks, plus all of our colleagues collaborating on this project. So now it's time for a big sense of relief, as it was setting up such an event in less than 2 months was really a challenge that we successfully met. But building on that, let's imagine what we will do in a more usual 6 months or 1 year of preparation for a World Conference. If we start now, we can get prepared for a one-day event, being more inclusive, with a specific organization committee involving more university, researchers, more countries, covering more topics in a more comprehensive manner, and in full coordination also with other international events. So, of course, all this being always carried out in complete synergy with other ISA activities. So with that, I'm happy to close this virtual summit. So thank you again. Namaste. Gracias. Merci et au revoir. Thank you.